Hello and welcome to this course, Malware Analysis for Absolute Beginners. So before we start talking about what we are going to learn in this course is designed for absolute beginners. So we assume that you never learn anything about malware. You heard about virus, malware, but you don't know how they work, how they are. You never practice any type of malware analysis. And so on. However, if you already know what are malware, you know the theory of it, but you never practice the analysis of them, also this course for you. If you practice, there are a lot of tools, new skills, you will see them in this course. So again, we design it for beginners, but it's also the doors open for anyone want to gain extra knowledge, more skills. There are a lot of new things we designed in this course. This is the note. So this course is highly practical course, but we will never neglect the theory. So we will start from scratch and give everything you need to know in this course. So at the beginning, we will have introduction to malware. We will learn what is the malware, types of malware, commodity of malware versus advanced persistent malware, how malware is being distribution, how it's affected the computers, and so on. And then after that, we will learn how to build a malware analysis lab, because when you do malware analysis, is a critical task. We want to make sure we do everything in safe environment, so you will never get affected, your computer be affected with any malware, because we will download and use malware like samples to do analysis. Also, we will make some malware using Linux, Kali Linux, and malicious software to analyze it also. Also, there is sections that teach you about Linux essential. So if you don't know Linux, it's also there is opportunity in this course. You will learn the most command and most used command in Linux. However, we are not going to use all of those commands in this course, but it's extra for you. If you already know Linux, you can skip this section. But if you want to get extra knowledge, you can come back and learn a lot from this Linux commands. When we use Kali Linux, we're going to install the tool for malware analysis in Kali Linux. We will use some Linux command. That's why I include this section, to make sure you have everything you need to know, because some commands maybe you never heard about them. The way where we're going to install the tool in Kali, I'm not going to talk about it like in details, but if you go to Kali to Linux section, you will see everything related to those commands. And then we will talk about the types of malware analysis. So generally there are two types: static malware analysis and dynamic malware analysis. So the malware analysis, it's just study the behavior of the malware, right? And the idea behind the malware analysis is just to get a hint how the malware is work, and then after that you will build a defending strategy according to the behavior. So there are two types: static malware analysis and dynamic malware analysis. Static, we will go statically. There are a lot of steps. We will list the steps, and then we will use a variety of tools of doing static malware analysis. While dynamic malware analysis, we will use also tool, but the dynamic different than static. Dynamic will let the malware run on the system and study the behavior. So there are also tools. We're going to use some of them. Also, we will analyze the BE file, the executable file for Windows, because most of the malware targeting Windows, because most of people using Windows are talking about computers. And also there are tools in Kali Linux. We will download them and install them. In addition to that, we will learn an introduction and have idea about how operating system works, how the memory management works. The reason for that, because each program or each malware is designed for targeting specific system. You must know how the system works to be able to do malware analysis. So we don't want to go in details of operating system, but we're just going to give you a hint and things that you need to know to understand why malware is doing this. while malware is taking this address in the memory, why malware is using this because the operating system is required to be like this, and so on. Also, we're going to include and talk about a variety of operating system functions and library, particularly Windows functions and libraries. So later when you analyze the malware, if you see malware using this library or this function, so you will have an idea what is this malware intent for. So a lot of details, a lot of practical sessions, theory, over more than 6 hours, just focusing on malware and malware analysis. I hope you like it. Enjoy learning. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will be more than happy to help. Enjoy learning and have a great time. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will talk about what is malware analysis. So malware analysis, basically it is the process of studying the behavior of the malware, how the malware is behaving, how it's affecting the system. So we will have idea and hint how to build better defending techniques. Why malware analysis is important? Because malware is the most critical and danger thing the companies are facing nowadays. Malware could stay weeks or months in the system without even find out, without even discovering. So malware is a nightmare for all companies, organization. And those tools like hacking tools and this kind of things, it's easy for them to defend against them. But malware, especially the malware is designed by professionals, malware authors or cyber criminals, cybersecurity. So a lot of companies spending a lot of money, and there is like the job of malware analysis it's always there, it's always required. So they want people like with the skills of understanding the behavior, how malware is work. It's not like the malware analysis is not the job of detecting the malware, it's the job of understanding and studying the nature of the malware. So you give your report that this is the malware, how it affects the system, what part of system is interacting with this malware, what malware is doing, what file it's opening, and so on. So it is very necessary, it's very essential, and it's in highly demand in the cybersecurity market. So that's why we designed this course, to give you the first step you need to take in your way, and instead of just going and study something maybe boring. So we make this course highly practical, lightweight, just to study the things that you need and take the first step in malware analysis. So hopefully you enjoy this course and have a great time. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson, what we are going to do, we will just explore some resources that you need for this course. So I will add this file. It has the link for most of the tools that you needed for your malware analysis, for malware analysis lab. And here you're gonna have the malware sample. It's free, download it and save. And this is also a website if you wanna get a malware sample that's provided from well-trusted companies for researchers. So instead of go download malware from unknown websites, so you can download it from well-known companies, but you need to register for those websites. So I will add this file to this lecture resources, so you can go ahead and use them to download your necessary tools. Again, if the tool you couldn't find it, might be the URL doesn't work, what you're gonna do, you just Google it on Google, write the name of the tool like hashcalc, whatever, you will find it. So just to want to mention for this one, and I hope you enjoy learning, and good luck for this course. Thank you. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we will start talking about the definition, or what is the malware. First of all, malware is short for malicious software. So basically it's a software or it's a program designed to harm or disrupt or damage a computer system, network, or mobile devices. So malware is created with intent of stealing sensitive information, gaining unauthorized access to devices, or disrupting normal computer operations. It can take many forms, including viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware, spyware, and adware. So those all types of malware. Could be virus, could be worms, could be Trojan, could be horses, Trojan horses, could be ransomware, could be spyware, or could be adware. We will look over the type and definition of each one of those types of the malware. So malware can be introduced to a device or a network through various means, such as downloading file from uninterested sources, clicking on phishing email or links, or visiting malicious website, and much more. Also, it's important to have up-to-date anti-malware software, or we call it antivirus, and to practice safe browsing habit to prevent malware infections. So sometimes antivirus, anti-malware cannot catch, because most of them antivirus, maybe it work on signature based, so doesn't the new virus is not yet being defined inside the antivirus program, so it's hard to catch it. So you have to practice safe and do safe browsing habit to prevent malware infections. So malware is written always by cyber attackers or hackers or malware authors, and there are a lot of malware authors, and every day around 300,000 new malware is created, and the malware is the biggest threat to individual and organization, especially organization. It's very tough, it's very hard, and something really serious, and the problem with the malware could stay for a weeks or a months in the system without even detecting it. It's not like a normal threat or something like that. So here the types of malware that we already mentioned. Spyware is collect information about user without their knowledge. The viruses damage your data and files via download from internet. Ransomware, it blocks the PC, take control and encrypt your file, and demands a ransomware to return them to you. So what they do, when they hack your system, they encrypt all your file, all information, all your data, and okay, you have to pay money in order to get the decryption key to decrypt your data. Adware and automatically displays or downloads advertising material, such as banners or pop-ups when users is online. Trojan horses is talking from the story of Trojan horses, is a computer program that seems to be game to be a game, but it really still erase information. So sometimes you can see PDF file, but actually it's not PDF file, it's an executable file, it's a virus, and could create a lot of damage for your computer, create a reverse shell, and much more. Or could be image, or could be video. So a lot of shapes for Trojan horse, but actually it's included inside it a real virus, and it's actually a real virus, but it takes shape of normal file type, like a document or a PDF or images, and much more. Worms, on the other hand, it takes up space and slow your system by making a copies of themselves repeatedly. So for example, you have a computer with 80 gigabyte of hard disk drive, and suddenly you see it's full. That's because there is a worms, and worm is repeat itself, just creating more copies and making your computer slow, because system will become full. So the memory will become full, and it became slow. That's because of the worms. So those general types, and there are more types of malwares, but in this lesson we just wanted to have an idea what is malware, what's the infection of the malware, and types of malware, who making malware, what is malware mean, and what the biggest threat is the organization and group, and also individual. So that's all about definition of malware, the idea about malware, and see you again with more information about malware. So we continue our course about malware analysis. Thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello, and welcome to another lesson in malware analysis. So in this lesson we will talk about the way how the malware can be distributed, or what we call it malware distribution. So there are a lot of ways and methods can be used to distribute a malware. One of them is by exploiting the vulnerability. So a system, software, computer has a weakness or vulnerability, so malware can take advantage of this to go through it, of this vulnerability or this weakness, to go through it to the system or the computer and affect the computer and affect it and take control of the computer or do damage or harm on the computer. So one of the first approach, or one of the approach that can be used to distribute a malware, is by taking advantage of and exploiting the vulnerabilities. So malware can be distributed by exploiting vulnerabilities in a software or a hardware system. This is one way. Another way of distributing malware, it could be physically. So somebody physically attach a USB drive to your computer, and they have to be physical access, or maybe just throw USB drive in your area, in your door, somewhere else. And you know, a lot of people, they like to see what is in this USB. They just stick it in their computer and try to see if there is valuable information, and then this USB unfortunately has a malware and then affect their computer. So malware can be installed on USB drive and left in public places for unsuspecting victims to pick up and use. So as I said, you could throw it in front of your door away, and you just, when you see it, especially if they are targeting a special person, they put it maybe in their door, or maybe the person will think somebody dropped it. And then, so be careful when you see USB. Don't go ahead and stick it in your computer unless you make a completely virtual environment or isolated, like sandbox, something like that. So when you open it in the sandbox, everything will be isolated, not inside your computer. This is another way. So the first way we said could be by exploiting a vulnerability in a system, software or hardware. Second way, by using USB drives. Third way, by using email attachments. So malware can be sent an attachment to the email, so when the user opens the attachment, the malware will infect the system. That's by malware, that's by email attachment, and this is very dangerous because the problem, you cannot stop the email, you cannot stop the incoming email, right? So they will add you normal attachment, or maybe they will impersonate somebody, and it look for you as coming from a well-known person but actually not, and then as soon as you open the attachment, then the malware will be distributed and affect your system and computer. Another way of distribution or distributing malware is by infected websites. So a lot of websites, they are infected, can be downloaded to a user system when they are visiting malicious website or click on pop-up ads. So again, be careful, you don't go to any website, don't click any normal or random links in any website, because it could be led to a malware in your system and then affect you and infect your company and organization. A more way of downloading or distributing malware is they call drive by download. So malware can be downloaded to a user system automatically when they visit a compromised website. So here's a malicious email sent, user click on the email on the link, user is being redirected to a malicious website, malware is downloaded to the user computer and then taken full control of the computer. Another way is by doing social engineering. So malware can be distributed through social engineering techniques such as phishing, where an attacker tricks the victim into download or installing malware. Another way of distributing malware is called malicious software bundles. So malware can be bundled with a legitimate software, so and then distributed to user through download site or peer-to-peer network. So what they do, they bundle it in a software, normal, well-known from well sources. That's what they call it, a malicious software bundle. So they bundle this with a legitimate software. Okay, this is very important. And then after that, it's distributed to the user through download sites or peer-to-peer network. So this is different ways of distribution or malware distribution. You can go and look at them and see them, because they are very unnecessary for you to understand the nature of malware, because as a malware analysis or you should know how it works, how how it's being distributed, what are different methods of distributing malware, so you can take right action when you're doing your job. That's all of malware distribution, and see you again with another lesson. Thank you for watching, and see you more. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will talk about malware targets, or the target of the malware, and there are two types. Basically we can categorize it according to commodity malware and ABT malware. So we will compare between them and see the comparison between them. So what is the commodity malware and what is the ABT malware? That's what we're gonna learn here in this lesson. So first, the commodity malware is a term that's used to describe the readily or available off-the-shelf malware. So it's targeting normal people, is used for widespread attack against many targets, not necessarily on a specific target, and could be randomly. Commodity malware is often used to spread virus, worms, Trojan, with the aim of stealing sensitive information, data, or compromise system. The commodity malware is typically automated and relies on known vulnerability in a system, making it easier to detect and defend against. So commodity malware, as I said, it could be targeting many people, targeting random people, could be in a vulnerable website, could be infected website, and much more. So it's based on like designed on well-known vulnerability. So it will be easy to be detected by antivirus, anti-malware, and a control system, and because since it's designed target specific vulnerability, it will be easy for detection. So again, it's not targeting a specific person, could be random. It's aiming for stealing sensitive information, username, password, credit card, and much more. This is what basically the general definition of commodity malware. On the other hand, which is the more dangerous one, the ABT. ABT stands for Advanced Persistence Malware. Advanced persistence threat malware, which is highly sophisticated and custom built malware designed for a specific target or organization. And you could see a lot of nation states, they design it specifically to target a specific organization on other countries or in the same country, and much more. It's very difficult to be detected, and it's well-known design, well custom. So ABT malware is typically developed by skilled hackers, highly sophisticated and skilled hacker, and often used for cyber and other advanced attacks that require more than just automated attacks, just like with a commodity malware. So the advanced persistent threat malware is designed to evade the detection and persistently, like continuously, compromise the target. So it's not going to be easy to detect it because it's custom to evade the detection system. It cannot find it. It can bypass a lot of security control and security system. So ABT attacks are often involved in reconnaissance and multiple stages of attacks, making them more difficult to detect and defend against it. So again, ABT commodity is generalized. It could be based on well-known vulnerability, but ABT could be based on vulnerability no one know about it yet. Okay, and maybe take forever staying on the target and control it. This is the difference between commodity and ABT malware. So in summary, we can say that commodity malware is used for mass attacks against many targets, while ABT, the advanced persistent threat malware, is designed for highly target and advanced attacks against specific organizations or individual. So those the comparison between commodity malware and ABT malware. It is very necessary for you as a malware analyst to know this type of categorization to go further in your career or in your job for doing malware analysis. and that's why we compare between them to make them easy and clear for you. So hopefully you like it, and you can go and read more about them, but you can't take it as simple as that. Commodity is based on well-known vulnerability, easy to be detected. And while IBT No is hard because it's a custom, well-built and designed by like highly skilled attackers and cyber security specialists. That's all, and thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson about malware analysis, and see you then. Hello, and welcome again, another lesson in this course of malware analysis. So we will take a look at some types, or the most important types of malware. We already mentioned for some of them in the definition of malware, and the lesson where the titled what is the malware. But here we're gonna go through some types of malware very fast, just to take a look at them, and then later we will learn in details about each one of them. So first we will talk about virus, and I think all of us know what is virus. Virus is a computer virus or computer program which is that infect executable files and spread from one computer to another. It's a virus. It's spread just like COVID-19, coronavirus, right? It's spread between going between people, but it also could be going between computers, servers, networks, and much more. It's a virus, and it's basically software. All the malware are software, all program written by a programming language, and such more. Okay, so the first type is a virus. Second type is a worm. We already mentioned what is worm, and is a computer worm. It's like what it's gonna do, self-replicating itself. So to copy make more copies of programs, so intended to make the computer memory full and cause the significant damage to the system, and it is danger and fast too. This is another type of malware, worm. The third one is a Trojan horse. It's well known. It's just like something look normal for us, but actually it's a virus or a malicious software or malware that basically will affect our computer just like virus, and it could be different types. Okay, we can download it, or it could be happen in the email attachment, or via social engineering, and much more. So allowing the attacker to gain unauthorized access to the system by using reversal and much more. So Trojan horse is well known and is danger because it seems to be normal program, normal file, normal data, but actually it is a virus. You can see it a picture, but it's a virus. You can see it a video, but it's a virus. You can see it as a PDF file, but it's a virus. And that's what is the Trojan horse. Another type is the ransomware. Ransomware is a very dangerous software, or malicious software, sorry, or malware. It encrypts the files on the system. Okay, just like this guy is has no idea what to do after everything is being encrypted, and then ask for money, what they call ransom payments. So they give you decryption key, so they encrypt your file, encrypt the system, everything is being encrypted, and then they will say, okay, you need to pay this much money, and usually it's going to be by anonymous payment like Bitcoin, something like that, and you will get the decryption key. The spyware, on the other hand, is a type of malware that secretly collects information, like without even knowing about it. Collect information from victim computers, such as login credential, browsing history, and personal information, and sends back to the attackers. It's very dangerous and could be used by nation states, could be used by spies, and much more. Another one is called adware. Is a type of malware where display unwanted advertisements, as you can see here, on the victim computers, and can slow down the computer performance, because when you're browsing the internet, it's everything pop-ups, every 2 seconds pop-ups another advertisement. It's so bothering, annoying, and also slowing down the computer, because it takes resources, it's consuming the CPU resources. Since the computer has to process much operation, that's making it slow down and ruin it. So rootkit, it's also very important and danger malware. Rootkit is a type of malware that allows the attacker to gain administrative access. so root privilege. So to the victim computer, allowing them to carry out the malicious activities and undetected. So for example, okay, you will have a root privilege or administration access in your device. You could do whatever you want, but sometimes you have another user, but it's not a root privilege, not administration access, cannot do whatever they want. It's only they have limited permissions, while the administrative or administration or rootkit or root privilege, they will have everything they can do. They can erase everything, they can delete the system, they can do whatever they want because they have the root privilege or administration privilege. So rootkit will take this job, will become the root privilege or administration position, and then gaining this administrative access, we can do much as they want. Fileless malware is another very important, which is hard to detect, hard to protect from it. It's called fileless malware because is a type of malware that operates entirely on memory, making it difficult to detect and remove. There are another malware like keyloggers. This will record every single key you press on the keyboard, and much more different types, but we are talking about general types of malware here. The most important types of malware, you need to understand them, look at them, so when you do your analysis you have idea what you are talking about, and what is the rootkit, what is the adware, what is spyware, what is ransomware, what is the rootkit, what is the virus, what is the worm, what is the Trojan horse, and all of those types of malware. You should be well known of them, you should be aware of them, so you could understand and do your analysis in the right way. Thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome. So now let's just look at how the malware is building or it's being built. So just like any application, it's there is steps, procedures has to be followed to build a malware. So first of all, you need to write the code, and when you need to write the code, always you need text editor to put the code, and then you need a programming language to write the code, and then after that compile the program, which we call it compilation, and then after that we will talk about like the step that what we call it portable binary. We will see each one of those steps in separate. So for example, the text editors, there are a lot of text editors are being used. Clips, Package, Vim, Notepad++, Visual Studio, a lot of text editors are used to write code. You could write code even in Notepad on your operating system. Any text editor can be used to write a Notepad, and most of programming language right now, they have integrated development environment. So in the integrated development environment, so you can write code, compile it, execute it at the same place. And then after write the code, because the code we write it is in a high level language or even low level language, it's something we can understand as a human, but still the computer cannot understand. However, we write the code using programming language, and there are a lot of programming language out there, hundreds: Python, Java, C++, Perl, C, Bash, script language, HTML, SQL, PHP, and much more. All those programming language can be used. Any one of them can write very sufficient and strong malware or any other application. So after we write the code, we need to compile it. Why? Because those programming language we can understand as a human. We can see them because what we call them high level language or English like language. Language can we understand as a human, but the computer cannot understand this code. However, so to make the computer understand the code, so we need the compilation. The compilation is basically convert the high level language into machine language, which is 0, 1, which is just electric signal language, so the computer can execute it directly, and CPU can execute it directly. This is what we call the compilation. Is converting high level language into low level language or computer language. This is the procedure of writing any application, not necessarily just malware, but let's just say this is how the malware being built and the procedure or process being taken to build the malware. So what is the portable binary? So for example, you compile the file like C++ program on a Windows. This program will work only on Windows machine, so cannot work, for example, on Mac OS, any other operating system. So so the malware is not, sometimes it targeting only Windows, sometimes targeting Mac OS, sometimes you want to target as many as you want, doesn't matter which operating system. So that's what we have, something we call a portable binary. So what is portable binary? Is a compiled software program that can run on different platforms or operating systems. So it doesn't matter which operating system. If you have a portable binary, this is very important term in malware analysis, so we call it binary file or portable binary. Is a compiled software program that can run on different platforms or operating system without modification. So you don't have to modify it, depends on operating system. Binary file is an executable file that contain machine code, which is the instructions that computer CPU can understand and execute directly. So this is the importance of portable binary. So it is a file can be run on all platform, all operating system, and this is most of malware used to make sure the malware work everywhere, anywhere, and any platform. So this is the introduction of how to build malware in easy and light ways. So we don't go in details, but we will go more, because here we're gonna have introduction about how we will be able to do malware analysis. So we need to understand the fundamental and basics information. That's all for this lesson, and see you again with more lesson regarding malware. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will have introduction to operating system. So the question here, why we need to know about operating system as we are studying malware analysis. The reason is that each operating system run the program different than others. So Linux has its own way, Windows has its own way, Mac OS has its own way, and so on. And each operating system has its own format for executable file or the program that's running. And as we know, the malware is executable file. For Windows has a exe format, and for Linux ELF, and much more, Android and Mac OS. So we have to have idea about how the operating system interact with the software, managing the hardware, how it works in general, so we understand the fundamental of operating system, help us to understand how the programs work inside the computer, how the programs interact with the hardware of the computer, memory, CPU, and other hardware. So that's why we have to have some idea about operating system, and that's why this lesson is about. So before we start talking about operating system, let's talk in general about computer system. So in general, the computer system has three major parts. Like we could say the input unit, an output, and also it has the processing unit. So we could say the computer, let's make it here, the computer has the central is the processing, and there is input devices, and there is output devices. So we know from the input we can enter something to the computer. The processing CPU, main memory, can process, and the result will go to the output. Example of the input: keyboard, mouse, processing CPU, main memory. Example of the output: screen, printer, and much more. So the computer system in general has those parts, like keyboard, example of input; mouse, example of input; printer, example of output; monitor, example of output. And each of those devices has its own controller, like give the instruction to the controller and controller to the computer. All of them has somehow access to the computer main memory, which is, we call them the RAM. Okay, this is important. because all the malware has to be loaded into the RAM to be executed. And the CPU run the programs that stored in the memory. So everything basically stored on the hard disk, or we call it the secondary memory. And when we want to execute it, it must be loaded to the main memory, so the CPU can execute it. Everything has to be here, and then at the time of execution must be here, and CPU is working only with the main memory, not with the secondary memory. Okay, so when you download the malware, could be go to the disk, but when you execute it or run it, it has to go here. And when it's go to the memory, CPU will run it. And then it could work with the disk, it could work with the USB, it could work with the keyboard, it could work with the printer. It depends on each program. So this is general picture about the computer, the components of the computer. So the question here, where is the operating system in this story? So as we know, all of those components, it's a hardware. It's a piece of electronics, right? To work with the hardware or the memory, the CPU, you must, like CPU only run instruction. Instruction is code, right? And the data and the code is also stored in the memory. So without operating system, if you want to run anything, you must write code for that. You want to send a signal message to the output, you have to write a code. Code has to be here and CPU executed. If you want to print something, you have to write few lines of code or a lot of lines of code, and you have to store it here and the CPU can execute it. So from this we can conclude that no one will be able to use the computer system unless you have coding knowledge. However, this is not good, because we don't want a computer system is only for those who know coding. We want a computer system to be accessible for as many as we can for people, right? That's why it's come the rule of the operating system. So the operating system in general is a program that acts as intermediately between user and computer hardware. Okay? So operating system goals: execute programs and make solving user problem easier, make computer convenient to use, you don't have to write code, and use a computer hardware in an efficient manner, manage the hardware, and so on. So like this is an example of computer system. So this is the hardware, CPU, RAM, memory, and all of those devices. And here the users. So if the users want to interact with the hardware, as we said, they have to know coding, and they have to write code and a lot of details. So instead of doing this, writing coding and deal with the ugly stuff here in the hardware, how about we put the operating system, and the operating system job is to manage the hardware. Okay, so instead of then the operating system will take the job of managing the hardware. So user does not interact with the hardware directly, otherwise they interact with the operating system. Okay, so this is the idea behind the operating system. So for example, when you open a file and click a print, instead of writing code for click a print, you send the instruction of print to the operating system. Operating system has its own bunch of libraries. We will come talk about those libraries. Each library do a specific job. So the request will go to the library or the function, and then the operating system execute your instruction on the request, use the hardware, and give you the result. Okay, so this is the idea of the operating system, and there is a lot of details. We are not gonna go in details, but we just gonna have idea. Why? Because again, each operating system has its own way of running the software and the programs. So what's the definition of the operating system? There is no single definition. Each one see the operating system from their view or from their perspectives. So it could be a resource allocator. So manage resources. So okay, the operating system, for example, you have a program want to go to the main memory. The operating system will decide, okay, which space from the memory you will take and the addressing. Okay, so this is resource allocation. And then the operating system will decide, okay, if we have two programs, which one is go first to the CPU to be executed? Is this one or this one? This is the job of operating system. That's why we call it resource allocator. So allocate resources for the programs, or we call them process. So for example, if we have conflicts, two programs want to run at the same time, which one is gonna go first? So there are priorities, algorithms, and much more details. Operating system will use this algorithm or those algorithms to manage the conflicts. This is example. Other definition is a control program. It's control everything. Program to prevent errors and proper use of computer. Okay, so another layer between you as a user and the hardware. This is the general definition of operating system. Like operating system is designed, it's come with the two parts. The first part we call the kernel. The kernel is most run all the time. So when you turn on the computer, the first thing go to the memory is the kernel. And the kernel will always run all the time. Beside the kernel, there are system programs. They help the operating system. Like some programs, when you install the operating system, they come with the operating system, like compilation, text editing, and so on. And there are also application programs. Those application programs, they don't come with the operating system. They just can be installed anytime and so on. So the kernel is the major part of the operating system that work directly with the hardware, manage the hardware. And we have system programs, application programs, and much more. So this is a quick introduction to operating system and why do we need operating system in general. So software could be operating system and could be programs. Okay, the programs, that's malware could be program. Any other program could be program. So operating system is operating system. Okay, so the malware has to be interact with the operating system, has to work with the operating system functional libraries, has to ask the operating system for service like memory, resource allocation, CPU, memory, and much more. Okay, so since the malware must interact with the operating system, so that's why we have to know the operating system and have an idea what is the operating system, how it works, and so on. So I will end this lesson for now, just the introduction to operating system and how it's work. And then in the next lesson, we will talk more stuff about operating system that are necessary to run any program. Okay, so see you again with the second lesson. Hello and welcome to this part, second part of introduction to operating system. We said that operating system it's like it could be the kernel plus the system programs. So the operating, this is the hardware, right? This is the hardware, and here the kernel of operating system managing the hardware, and let's say this is the like system programs, and this your application programs, and this is you as the users. Okay, so you can see you went very far from the hardware. So you are using the application programs here. Okay, so when you click copy or paste or send something, you're gonna use like this application program will send a request so to the operating system using some intermediate software. We call it API, which is the application programming interface. So you send a system call to the kernel. So you want to use the system resources, the hardware, input, output, and much more. So this is how the things work in operating system. So you make a system call using system programs to the kernel, and the kernel will fulfill your request and return the result for you. This is how they work in general. So now we know how it is. We call it system call. So system call, if you need access to the system resources, input, output, memory, whatever, we use system call by application, by system programs. The call will go to the kernel will process and give you the result. So what is the API? The API, it's all operating system has it, right? And this is very important because in the malware, when you see what kind of API, what kind of functional library the malware are interacting with, it will give you a hint and idea about the behavior or the intent of the malware. So each operating system has an API. So the API is like application programming interface. It's like intermediate between the application, the system call, and the kernel. So this is like, let's say this is the API, and then here you make a request. So the request, instead of going directly to the kernel, it will go to the API, and the API has a preset information and functions to do the request, and then the result will go. So instead of making a request directly to the kernel, the first has to go to the API. So let's give you example about the API, like real life example or something like analogy. So for example, you go to the restaurant, okay, you're sitting on the table, and then the waiter will come to you, ask you for food, right? What do you want? So you make a request and the waiter will go to the kitchen and tell them what they need to make for you, and then after that they give the waiter will bring the food and give it to you. So the waiter here is basically the API. Instead of going directly to the kitchen and see a lot of things gone, a lot of stuff, so you don't have to get this headache. You just make a request to the waiter, and waiters basically is the API. So there is a lot of reason why we need the API. Example of that, let's say that the guy here in the kitchen does not know your language. This is another barriers. Same thing in the API. Some application programs, maybe they cannot communicate directly with the kernel, and they cannot understand each other. So they can use the API, which is a layer, let's say standardization layer. So every program should be able to interact with, and then API will interact with the hardware. So the API will enable two programs to communicate together, talk to each other, or talk to the system, operating system, and much more. In the future lesson, we will talk about functions and libraries that used in the operating system, particularly the Windows, especially the DLL, dynamic linking libraries, which is basically used to do functionality. Some DLL responsible for networking, some DLL responsible for input and output, some DLL responsible for messaging, for graphics, for pictures, for a lot of things. So the malware, we must contact with those. They must use the libraries to be able to use the operating system. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy to work. So this is those introduction, those information, very essential for you, so you understand what are you going to do. We are not going like in details about operating system. Otherwise, operating system need its own complete course and has to be big course. But we just try to find the stuff and important things for you to understand how things work. In the future lesson, we will talk about more about the libraries, and we will explain like briefly the function of each library. And then later, when you do malware analysis, when you find the malware, okay, dealing with this dynamic link library or with this function, so you will have like idea about what's on. So let me just give you example about some programming language functions. So I'm just gonna pause the video here and open my platform here just for a second. Okay, so here you can see there is it's like a Visual Studio for C++. So here, like you see here, I asked for an include library. It is called IO stream. This IO stream is used for input and output. So for example, if I wanna send message to the computer screen, okay, Okay, and this message, basically C++ says, instead of writing your own code, long code, just to print this message, how about you just use this function or this command? It's called cout, which is console out. Basically, this will send a message to output device. Okay, however, you will not be able to use this without including this library. So you have to tell, okay, I want to use this library. So if I remove the IO stream right now, the error will be right away went under cout. This is like an example of the importance of library. Even programming language, they have functions and libraries. So each one do a specific task. Instead of you make your own code just to do a small thing. So okay, we will make your life easy. Just use this library, and then we will provide you commands to do those things that you need to do it every day and every single time. So this is example of libraries and functions in a programming language. So the same thing in operating system. So again, it is essential and necessary to know those functions and libraries. We will list most of them, especially the Windows one, so you will understand what the job of each one of them. So later when we analyze the malware, when we see, okay, this malware interacting with sock.dll, that's mean it uses sock to program it. It's networking programming. It means sending signal outside. So this is the hint that you need to know as a malware analyst. So that's all for this lesson. I'll see you again with more lesson. Thank you for watching. So in this lesson we will talk about libraries used by operating system, mostly Windows libraries. So we said earlier, a malware is nothing, it's just a program written by a programming language, one of those programming language like Python, Java, and so on. So it's a code. So the best way to analyze this code is to analyze the malware is to read the code line by line. But is it possible to do that? No. The answer is not easy, because the malware, the program, after it's been written, it will be compiled and then convert to something we call it executable file, exe, or portable binary. And we say the portable binary is a compiled software program that can run on different platform or operating system. So a binary file is an executable file that contains machine code, which is an instruction that computer CPU can understand and execute directly. So we cannot read the code, basically. So we need special tools, special things to be able. If we can read the code directly, it will be very easy to understand the malware, how it works. Very simple way. So that's why we have some barriers and some obstacles to read the code, because what we're gonna see in the malware, we will see just binary file, executable file. We cannot read it. However, there are some hints we can get when there is tools to open the file and to open the binary and see what's going on. But what we're gonna talk here today, talk about the libraries used by Windows. So especially DLL libraries, because understanding those libraries will help us a lot to get exactly what the intent of the malware. Okay, so the DLL, I think you've seen somewhere like this, is basically dynamic linking libraries. So we mentioned this operating system is a layer between user and the hardware, is managing the hardware, and we use the operating system to run a lot of services, and according to the service there is specific library designed for that. So when we see the code or analyze the code or get hint some information about this code, we'll be able to see the libraries, and then when we know the library, so we will know exactly the main idea of the malware. What is the malware designed for? So the DLL is a dynamic link library, is a type of library in Windows. So there are a lot of libraries in Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and we will look at different libraries and different operating system later on. So that contain reusable code and data that can be used by multiple applications. So remember in the last lesson when we talked about the functions, the API, used by operating system. User, instead of making request to the operating system to do this service, get this output, run this device, send this file, we're gonna make request to the API, which is the functions and libraries. So DLL is a library, basically is dynamic, right? So dynamically allocate the service for the user from the operating system. So each operating system has a tons of those libraries. I'm gonna look some of them. So for example, there are examples of these libraries. User32.dll. What this library used for? This library provides functions for creating and managing user interface elements such as Windows, menus, and button. So when we see program or malware using this one, so we understand this malware intend to deal with the Windows, button, menus, and such kind of those information. When we see a program written in any programming language using this library, we will understand exactly what is this malware intended for. Kernel 32. So this one, because the operating system has an application program and kernel is the part of the operating system that manage the hardware or work with the hardware directly, deal with the hardware directly. So what this provide function for managing memory, thread, and system resources. Example of system resources: CPU, memory, input and output, hardware, secondary memory, hard disk. This is all system resources. So when we see program using this library kernel32.dll, we will understand this is very, very critical and very danger malware, because it deals directly with the memory and threads, and it could destroy the operating system right away. Because when you have the level of reaching the hardware, that's it, you can stop everything, you can destroy everything basically. Another library, adap32.dll. So this will provide function for managing security, including access control and encryption. So basically, firewall, encryption, decryption, so mostly security, critical things. Okay, so when we see program using this library, we will understand this is intended to work with the firewall control system or access control or encryption, so something related to security. Okay, GDI32. This is what will do. It will provide function for working with the graphics device and the resources, including fonts, brushes, and pens. So also this will give us hint, an idea what is this malware is designed for, what is going to use for, according to the library in the code. As we're going to see, I will show you just example. Shell32.dll. What this will do is to provide function for working with Windows Shell, including file operation, desktop management, taskbar, customization. So if we see malware or program using this function, we will have hint, an idea what is this designed for. Again, more libraries. This one, DLG32.dll, to provide functions that working with common dialogues such as file open and file save dialogues and much more. So also when we see program written in this using this library, we will have hint what this program or malware used for. When we see this function or this library, msvcrt.dll, which is provide function for performing C runtime library operations such as memory allocation, string manipulation. Also, this is very dangerous library. OLE32.dll. So this will also provide function for working with components, object model, system for creating managing software component in Windows. It's also important library. This is also important library when iNet, that basically we could see it's related to the internet, related to the networking protocols. So this function provided working with internet protocol services like HTTP, FTP, and SMTP. So when we see malware using this function or this library, because again, the malware is no operating system. The malware is a program. Okay, since it's a program, so it will use one of those libraries, because it will make requests from the operating system to do specific service, and then the malware will request from those libraries. So when we see this including in the code, that's mean we will have hint and idea what this malware do right away. Okay, and it could be used more than one library, by the way. Okay, keep this in your mind. I'm not saying here to memorize all those libraries, but you have to get used with them. You have to have a catalog about them. You have to know each one of them. So when we work more, when you analyze more libraries, when you analyze more code, you will understand exactly how malware work, and that will help you a lot. So RPCRT4.dl is a provide function for remote procedure call protocol for inter-process communication in Windows. So programs, when they are in the memory, we call them process, right? So those processes could communicate directly inside one computer or between two computers. So for example, somebody make a malware and just to make a call, and then when you open this malware will open a connection with the attacker device. So they must use this library. Okay, as we're gonna see in future lessons. So you will understand, okay, this program, this malware is sending connection and sending data and making connection from our device to other device because it's using this library. The same thing when you use shlyb.dll. This provides function for working with string and URLs, including parsing, comparison, and encoding. This is also important. D3D9.dll provide function for working with DirectX 9 graphics API, including 3D graphic rendering, hardware acceleration, and much more. NTDLL.dll provides function for working with low-level system surfaces such as process, thread management, memory management, and hardware access. This is also very dangerous because when malware get access to the low level with low level system surfaces, that means can destroy the system very easy. So this is the first part of the libraries and DLL, and the next lesson we will continue with the second part. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome again. So we continue with the second part of operating system libraries and function, and we said that the operating system has two parts, or application program, system programs, kernel. And the application program doesn't come with the operating system. You can install them later. So the user uses the application program to interact with the operating system, and each application program uses a service. So for example, when I try to run or open any file from here, I will request a service from the operating system. And this service, basically, operating system has a libraries. Each library designed to do a function, and we review some of them and so on. If I want to send file, I want to send email, I want to save, so everything is done by libraries. We call them API, and we mention those libraries and we explain each one of them, and we said each one of them is intended to do a specific task. Okay, and we can have a hint about the malware or the program using according to the library included in this program or this file. Again, there is no malware, like the malware is no operating system, so it doesn't have its own library. It mostly will rely on the operating system malware libraries, and basically a lot of malware are intended designed for Windows. Some malware are designed for Linux or Mac OS. Okay, and they should know how the Windows work, how Linux work, or Mac OS work, to be able to work with the system. So since you know what the library work and which library including, then you will be able to have a hint and idea about the malware. So for example, when you see program, okay, use crypt32, you can see this function or this library is designed to do something good, right? So when you deal with it, so that's mean you provide function for work with the cryptography operation, including digital signature, digital certificate, signature, and encryption. So you will have idea, okay, what this malware is designed for. Once poll.drv, this provide function for working with printer and print spoilers, including managing print job and more. So you have hint, an idea what this is for. mpr.dll provide function for working with network resources such as file share and network printers. So also you will, when you see a program or malware using this library, you will have hint and idea what this malware is designed for. Shall dbgh or dbg help provide function working with debugging information, including stack trace, memory dump, and sample file. This is also danger library, because any library work directly with the with system resources, memory, CPU, and much more. That means you have to be careful. Shell lightweight API, it's provide function working with Windows. Shell including file, folder manipulation, Windows management, and notification handling. Also, when you see program or malware using this library, you will have hint what this part of operating system is going to be affected, and what part of operating system are contacting with this malware. And then powerproof.dll provide function for work with power management, including setting power option, monitoring power usage, and managing power states. urlmoon.dll, this provide function work with URLs, including handling HTTP requests, parsing URL, encoding, decoding data. mshhtml.dll provide function working with HTML document. So here you can see, okay, this means you're working with web page, dealing with web page, and much more. So very easy to know that's what this function or this program or this malware will deal with, and which library, which part of operating system is basically is being used and working with malware, including rendering, parsing, manipulating, and web content. WS_32 provide function working with network protocol, including TCP, UDP, IPX, SPX, and much more. So those all libraries and DLL libraries for Windows, because most of malware are targeting Windows, as there are 75 to 80% or 85% of users around the world are using Windows. However, you should know that those libraries, you should know list of libraries, you should have catalog about them when you do malware analysis, so you'll be able to understand, basically have a hint, have idea, because there are a lot of steps, a lot of procedure for malware analysis. So what here we're trying to say in this part and the previous part, we try to say, okay, there are design libraries, each one of them do the specific task, so programs can work with them and code can work with them and use the services provided by operating system. So malware, the same thing, because at the end malware is just a program written by programming language, and it's going to work with the operating system libraries. When we see those libraries in the malware, so we will have a hint, an idea. However, the malware analysis is a long way, so we're going to see a lot of things, a lot of important things and aspects in a future lesson. That's all for this lesson, and see you again in more lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will talk about memory management. So the memory management is done by the operating system. Keep this in your mind. However, in the computer we have two types of memory. We have like permanent or temporary. Let's say main memory, secondary memory. So example of the secondary memory is the hard disk drive. Okay, so all data, information, programs, they must be stored here. Okay, stored in the hard disk permanently. So when you turn off the computer, you take the hard disk from the computer, those information will not be deleted, will not be lost. Okay, your pictures, your audio, your video, your programs, all stored in the hard disk. However, the CPU, the central processing unit, or the processor, does not work directly with this one. Okay, it works with the main memory, the RAM. We call them random access memory. Okay, random access memory. So for example, you have the notepad stored here. and then you want to run the notepad, the program must be loaded to the main memory, and it will take random location. That's why we call it random access memory. And this location has a beginning address and end address. So it has a range of the address, where it start and where it's end. And notepad will be here. So the CPU can access the main memory and access the address and deal with the program and execute the program and run the data. Why? Because the CPU does not work with this one, because the bigger the speed is the difference. The main memory, the manufacturer, to work faster than the hard disk, and the CPU work faster. So we need to work something synchronized to the speed of the processor, and that's why it work with the RAM other than work with the secondary memory. Okay, so the question, who's taken this information, the program, from the secondary memory to the main memory? The answer is the operating system. Operating system job is to manage this. Who decide, okay, where to put the program in the memory? The operating system. Who said, okay, when this is going to be run by the processor? The operating system. See, the operating system do everything, right? So again, let's say if the memory is already full of the programs. So now we're going to talk about virtual memory. So the operating system now has to take a process from here, take it away. We call swap out, and then take it, like put it back on the hard disk, and take the new place, put it here, called swap out, swap in. And this is the concept of virtual memory. Okay, so again, the main memory is the place where the program must be set to be executed by the processor. Who's taking them from the hard disk to the memory? The operating system. Okay, however, the program, when it's loaded from the hard disk to the main memory, we don't call it program, we call them process. Okay, we call them a process. So if I open task manager now, and then I can see this is a process. This is all the programs that's running right now, and the performance, right? The CPU are executing them, and this we call them process. Okay, those process. And so the process basically is a program in the main memory. This is what we call it, process. So the malware, when it's loaded in the main memory, it will be work as a process. The CPU will execute it. If the malware is not executed by the CPU, it's not going to work. It's not going to affect your computer, right? If the malware cannot understand how to work with the operating system, and the operating system cannot execute it, there is no way to interact with it, because this malware is not designed, for example, for this operating system. It's not going to affect you, right? So it's necessary to understand this process or this procedure of how that take place in the memory, because later when you do your malware analysis, you will see memory addresses, you will see a lot of details and work. However, the program, when it go from the hard disk to the main memory, it doesn't go as a single entity. It's go as a part, because the process itself is designed and divided into many parts, as we're gonna see when we do malware analysis. So example, this is like a process in the memory. This is one process in memory. Okay, so it has a text data, it has a data section, it has a heap, it has a stack, and so on. Stack has a variable, the heap, and data. So this is only like one program, divided into many sections. Same thing, the malware will be also divided into many sections, each section responsible for a specific part, so we can understand what is intended for and what is the main job of it. Okay, so again, in the memory, like could be many processes, could be part of the process, as a lot of details like that. Sometimes you don't have to, the program like them doesn't take all the process and inside the memory. Take part of the process, execute and take second part. Okay, just to save the money. So we say the operating system always be in the memory. So here the addresses, each process has an address to do a protection. So we don't want to overlap having here. executing this, and so the CPU has to go to the address other than the process itself. So if there is overlap happen, the CPU will execute part of this process, that will be messed up. So we have something called hardware protection. Each process start and end in a specific address in the memory, so the CPU deal with the address other than the process itself. Okay, so this is introduction to memory management, process in the memory. It's essential for you when you do malware analysis, because you will see the address, the numbers, like the address of the malware in the memory. You will see the sections of the malware. You will see a lot of things. You will remember why we study this part. Again, if you still have problem, it's fine. In the future lesson, the picture will be clear. And I just want you to know, okay, the program has to be in the random access memory, in the RAM. CPU can execute it. They cannot be executed while they are sitting in the hard disk. The time when you click on the program to execute it, and that means it's going to be loaded to the main memory. Who's taken to the memory? The operating system. The program, when it's got the memory to the main memory, is it going to be as a single place, single entity? No, it will go as a section. So each process is divided into many sections, each section responsible for something, and it go with a specified address, particular address, so the CPU can work with this address to make sure no overlap happening, no problem happen. This is the introduction to memory management. Hope you like it, you understand it. Again, in the future lesson, when we start interacting with the malware and do malware analysis, you will understand all of those concepts, why we study them, why we mention for them at least. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome. So again, let's talk here about the concept of reverse binary. So we said earlier, and we know the definition of portable binary. It's just executable file. It's not code we can read. It's not something easy to. If each program, we can just go and open the code and see what is the language being written for and what is inside, what instruction. Then it will be very easy to understand each virus and each malware, and it's not going to be something hard to handle. However, when the program compiled and changed to binary language or machine language, it's not going to be easy for a human to read and understand what's going on inside it. So there are a lot of tools and techniques can be used to get idea and hint and open the binary file, as we're going to see together. However, even the malware author, malware programmers, when they write their code, they try to encrypt their code and then do it in a way to make it okay, this code maybe is to do something normal, but again, it's not doing this normal. So there are a lot of advanced technique, a lot of things can be especially the professional. So however, reverse binary is try to get some information from the binary file. Okay, this is what the reverse binary. However, if we have the program, we can open it and see the line of code like this. It will be very easy. But however, as we said, after compilation, it will be something executable. It's not going to be easy for us to open it, and we have to go to the properties and open the executable file. It's not going to be something to read. So for example, if you open the program in text editor, you will see something gibberish like this. It's not going to be easy to understand what's going on here, but you can still read some string and some, as you see here, some DLL and some libraries here being used, so we can see what's going on. But we have hint, an idea, but still we cannot read complete code. We cannot understand what this file is all about. So it's not going to be easy. It's not something easy to read the malware. We have to be careful, and this operation of reading the malware and try to get the instruction and the functionality of the code. We call it a reverse binary, and there are specific techniques, specific tools designed for that, as we're gonna see. However, as I said, if you open the malware and the text, we will see something gibberish we cannot understand, but we can still get string and hint of the library it's being used, and that's why we have to know the libraries, because it will help us a lot to understand give us hint about the library. Again, after the code can be compiled to a executable file, but you cannot get the code back from executable file. This is not going to be easy. This is not going to be work. Okay, so reverse binary, just try to get the code back from the executable file, which is not going to happen, but we are not going to get the code. We're going to get something, the binary file itself, so we can read from it, and there are specific tools can read those files, as we're going to see during this course. So this is the idea of what we call reversing binary. So reversing binary start to read the executable file and read the binary file, but you are not going to be able to get back the code, but we will be able to get some information, some libraries, some hint, and some computer language, computer language. Then we'll be able to end up with something useful and we take a lot of benefit from it. So this is idea about reverse binary, and in the future lesson we'll talk more about the techniques can be used to help us understand what's going on and how we can handle malware analysis. That's all, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we will look at the concept of obfuscation. So why we need obfuscation, why we need to study the obfuscation. Most of the malware developer, they don't develop like malware in a clear text or a clear coding so easy for the human or the malware analysis or the detection system to find out. So they try to put more stuff, make it harder for detection and so on. So in general, obfuscation, what is it? It's the process of making something unclear or difficult to understand. In a computer programming, obfuscation refers to the practice of intentionally writing code that is difficult for humans to read and understand, while still being functioning for machine. This is often done as a security measure to protect intellectual property, prevent reverse engineering, or detect unauthorized access. Code obfuscation technique, including using complex algorithm encryption, minimizing code readability by removing white spaces, renaming variables with meaningless names. However, this also can be used by the malware developers to make the malware hard to read and hard to understand. So refers to we said something high. So this is binary file before like obfuscation, and this is after that. So it's hard for read, hard to understand. So this is another obstacle in terms of malware analysis. So that's why we have to mention for it. And there are techniques can be used to analyze the malware in this shape. Okay, so we can pick up some important information and understand what's going on. Another concept we want to mention for it is like how executable packers. So they're packing the executable program, so by compressing the original executable file and then adding decompression routine to the file that will decompress the code at runtime. So decompress itself at runtime while executed. So when the reason of packing the file is just to make it smaller, okay, and make more space for the computer. However, executable backing is also used by malware authors to evade detection by antivirus software. By using backing software, they can compress their malicious code and make it more difficult for security software to detect it and analyze it. As a result, some security software might flag packet file as a suspicious or potentially malicious, leading to false positives or requiring additional analysis. So this example, this is original, and what they're gonna do, they compress it, and they have like they use some backing algorithm to add it. So that's why sometimes when we use some software, when we analyze the malware, we will check it if it's packed or not. If it's not, then that's it. If it's already packed, so we have to use unpacking technique. There are a lot of programs to take it back to the original exe. So those two concepts or those two terms are highly used, and most of the malware has to be Like you can find them there, obfuscation plus the packing, just to make the malware easy to detect, hard to detect, sorry, hard to read, easy to read, hard to detect, hard to read, and so on. So those two concepts, we will see them, we will check them when we do our malware analysis, but we have to mention them before we start practice sessions about doing a malware analysis. So obfuscation and packing. Obfuscation is making something hard to read, hard to understand, while packing try to compress the file, make it smaller. Well, normal software, they use it just to take advantage and make enough spaces, but again, the malware developer taking advantage of these techniques to do it. So now most of the antivirus and detection system, they flag the packed software as a suspicious. So we have to do extra analysis and extra checking. So we want to mention those two terms as an important term, so you understand what we are talking about later when I say, okay, this is packing or unpacking when we do malware analysis. And then the same thing for obfuscation. Sometimes it's hard to read the code, but we can do like string analysis and pick up some information, some important words. So it's going to be easy for us to understand and to know the intention of the malware. So this is all about obfuscation and packing. Hopefully you understand them. I just want to mention them in general. I don't want to go in details, but again, we will mention for them. We will talk about packing. So when we talk about packing, obfuscation, and the practical session, you understand what we are talking about and why we study those two terms right now. Thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will start our first real step to download and install VMware, or let's say the first step to get our virtual lab ready, cybersecurity lab ready, ethical hacking lab ready, and security lab ready. We will need a lot of softwares like a VMware as an environment. It will have the devices just like what we explained in the previous lecture. So right now we will start download and install VMware. VMware, it's one of the famous virtual environment. We will get a free version for that. We call VMware Player, and it will be very helpful and useful. So the easiest way is just to open Google, and then from Google you can write download and install, download and install, and install VMware Workstation Player. And then you can go to the page of VMware. You can just click here. Sorry, not this one. We get the download VMware Player, and then here you will be looking download a free for free, and then the software will start. Right now, this is the latest version 17. So we'll go to download here. And then we want for Windows, because we are using Windows, so we will get Windows download now. If you have Linux, you can use Linux. So we will get Windows. So as you see, start downloading now. It doesn't take long time. It will be not that much, and then after that will be find it here in the download. So still waiting to be downloaded here. So when it's finished, we will get it. So as you see here, still downloading. Just like normal installation for any software, very basic. You just go Google, download it, and then go to VMware, just like what we did right now, and then make sure you choose either workstation for Linux or Windows. So it's almost done. now let's go to download folder in Windows, and this one here, VMware Player. So I click on this one to start installing the virtual machine or VMware Player. As you see here, start installation. It's very basic steps. It's no something like here we go. So now it says welcome to workstation player. I click next, and then here accept, and then next, and then it says enhance keyboard traffic. Okay, the VMware tool, no problem. This is the path will be installed. If you want to change it, you could change it, and then next, and then that's all. Next, and then you want to put shortcut on desktop, next, and then start installing. So it will start installing VMware Player. Here we go. So finish, and now when we go to desktop, we will find this one, just like VMware. And now when you open this one, you see here it's empty, nothing inside it. Okay, and this is a free version, not commercial use. So we will use this one. Okay, it's straightforward, and later we will start putting devices here. So you want to create a new virtual machine, you create here, or you have already virtual machine, you just open it from here. It's very basic use. Okay, and then after that we will start putting devices on. This lesson just to show you how to get it. Again, the step is very easy. You just go Google and write download and install VMware. You go to VMware machine and device, VMware software, and download the free version VMware Player, and you choose the environment Linux or Windows. So that's all, and the next lesson we will see how to download and install VirtualBox. Thank you for watching. Hello again. In this lesson we will start getting another option to set up our virtual environment or virtual lab. So we did download and install VMware, and in this lesson we will start download and install VirtualBox. VirtualBox, it's another option, and it's always free. It doesn't have a paid version, I believe. VMware, it has a player, it has a paid version. So it's from Oracle company. So the same steps, don't have to do anything. You just go Google and write download and install, instead of virtual VMware, write VirtualBox, this one here, and then you will see here Oracle. So you go to download, and then here you have options here. You just need Windows host. If you want to on Mac OS, you use this one. Okay, Linux, Solar, it's different operating. It has more options than VMware. So we use Windows, and now start downloading. It's just like steps, just like software installation, but we do it here step by step to make sure you do everything in the easy manner. So now if you click here, you will start opening the installation wizard for VirtualBox. Next, and then you want to put here, this is the extension. Next, and then warning network interface. Okay, yes, and then install. So now it will start installing VirtualBox. Finish. It's very soft, very fast, and that's it. So if we go to desktop, we'll be able to see a VirtualBox here. If you open it now, you will see it here. Okay, I already have it for a long time ago, so it has some devices like Linux, Windows Server, but this is how it looks like. It's similar to VirtualBox. It has, if you want to create a new virtual machine, you want to add a new virtual machine, you want to start the machine, it's similar to VMware. Okay, so this is how you can download and install VirtualBox. And now we have two options. Either we want to use this environment, a VirtualBox, or we use VMware. Both of them, they give us the same features. Basically, we just set up environment, and that's it. So that's all, and we will see you again with another lesson, how to continue downloading and installing the other devices that we need to make sure our lab ready for launching cybersecurity attack or ethical hacking or do security. That's all, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we will start getting the first operating system in our lab, which is Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is very famous penetration testing, ethical hacking operating system. It has a lot of tools, very powerful tools, and it's designed by security called by company called Offensive Security. So in this lesson we will start downloading and installing Kali Linux. Again, we will use very easy steps and then set up the lab, or making the lab ready, and run the Kali Linux in one of our virtual environment. So we know that we have two right now, either VMware or VirtualBox. So the easiest way, same thing, download and install Kali Linux. You can choose image for that, you don't have to download. So Kali Linux, Kali Linux, like VMware image, you could say VMware image, on VirtualBox image, you could say like this, and then you go to Kali website. So here you could see a lot of options here. We want to get image. We scroll down. So this is a new version of Purple. We'll talk about Purple in different course. This is mostly for defensive. So here you see virtual machine. You want to get VMware, VirtualBox, or this one. So we know we have both environment. So if you want to get any one of them, so 64-bit, so you just click here on this image, for example, and now you will start downloading it. The Kali Linux. It might take time, right? So what I will do, I will just pause the recording, and it looks like it's running faster, but I will pause the recording, and then when it is ready, I will restart again, and then see how we can open it in actually it's there. Yeah, so when it's ready we will start. Hello again. So it's almost done. It's almost finished downloading. It's done now, so we're gonna go to the download folder, and I believe we will find it there. So let's go to download folder. Still not done completely, but it's almost there. Still this one here is not done. Okay, so when it's finished, let's just refresh this page here. What's there? Download. Still no. Yes, now it's done. So we just go right click on this folder, and then you can extract it here from any and extract. So extract it here, so it will be extracted. I see here it's Kali Linux 2023, the VMware device. Okay, so let's just wait for it to make sure it will be extracted here, and then I will show you how to open it in the easiest way in the virtual machine or VMware. Almost there. Okay, so now if you open this folder, you're gonna see let me just drag it here. So you see this one with the 3 boxes. This is basically the image of Kali Linux for VMware. So if you double click on it, it will move automatically, or it will open automatically with the VMware, as you see here. Now starting Kali Linux. Here we go. As you see, the system already starting, and here we go. So now to log into Kali, you just need to click Kali, but Kali, and the password is also Kali, and then login. So username is Kali, password is Kali, as you hear. Now this is Kali Linux. If you click here, you will see all the tools: vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, database assessment, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering, exploitation tool, sniffing tool. So much tools that we will use, most of them during our courses, but here we just building the lab. So now if I just turn it on or assign or shut down, and then it will be there if you go open the virtual VMware, sorry, here you will find it here in one of your device. So here, Kali Linux. Okay, so this is how you download and install Kali Linux. It's very easy steps and straightforward, and just get the image. If you want to get the VirtualBox image, just download the VirtualBox image, and that's all. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson, what we are going to do, we will download and install one more machine for our lab, which is Windows virtual machine. Windows or Microsoft is gonna provide already a free version for virtual machines for different platforms. So the easiest way is also to go to Google and write download and install Windows VMware or virtual machine, and then here you could see Microsoft download Windows Microsoft. So here is going to be Windows 11. So you have VMware, you have VirtualBox, Parallel, and Hyper-V. Hyper-V is just like VMware and VirtualBox, but it's belong to Microsoft company. As you see, is the size a lot. It's 21 gigabyte. So I already downloaded, but it's just like the same steps of downloading all other devices. So click here and then here start downloading. So what I'm gonna do, I will cancel the downloading because I already downloaded, okay, because we don't want it, and I already have it on the download folder. And then here, this is the one, Windows virtual device. So if I double click on this one, by the way, you will have it just like Kali Linux, so you need to extract it. So here it's moving, so let's call it Windows. Let me do it again here, sorry. Here we go. So write Windows, okay, and this is the place, will be on document virtual machine, and then click on port. So now it's importing the Windows. This will take time, right? So it's not as fast as we think, and let me just document so it's here, so it's gonna be, because it's heavy, so it will take time. So what I'm gonna do, I will just pause the recording until this finish, and when it's finished we'll work together about it. Hello again. So this is the second part of Windows. So after we import it, this is what's gonna happen. It will be running on the VMware. Okay, so now we are waiting for Windows to be completely on, to be completely working on the VMware, and by finishing importing and downloading and installing Windows, we are, like, we could say we finished 3 parts so far. We finished the ethical hacking device, which is Kali Linux. The one of like the other device is the Metasploitable tool, the vulnerable web application, and also the Windows. Windows will be considered, or to be part as a device that to be as a victim device. So Windows, it's a little bit bigger than Kali Linux, than Metasploitable 2, and as we saw together, it's up to like, let's say 21 gigabytes. Okay, so setup need to be report system. Okay, no problem. So now Windows starting, we just want to start, and then we will start. So getting ready for you, and it's in the VMware, and this device called Windows. Just waiting for it to get ready. Windows is restarted now. It's fine. So here we go. There you go. So we have Windows 11 virtual machine, and it's a great device and a great software. So we will be using it to practice our security, cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and so on. Here we go. So you see here, Windows is already on. This is all the app. It might be different than Windows if you have 10. This is like Windows 11. Has some different stories here. So this is the start menu. Okay, it looks different than what we have, and this is you know, search about something and so on. So that's all about Windows. So if I turn it off now, okay, it will shut down, and then we're gonna open the VMware and see all three devices inside the VMware, the virtual machine. So we finish here, we download from here, okay, and we run it. So we close this one. Now let's open the VMware. Here we go. So we have Windows, we got it, no problem. We have Metasploitable 2, and we have Kali Linux. And the next lesson, we will turn all three devices together and check the IP address of each one of them, and then test the connectivity between them to make sure everything ready to be work. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will download one of the tools that we need to do malware analysis. It's called HashCalc, and we will see. But before that, we need to go to disable something on Windows. So what we will do, let's go to run command. That we need to disable the update and defender. So we're gonna write services .msc, and then here we go all the way down, looking for update and defender. We need to disable it. So let's look for Windows Update, and then here let's make it disabled. And also let's go for Windows Defender and also disable it, because otherwise it's not gonna let us open Windows Defender disabled. Okay, says access denied. So or we can do it from here. Just let go firewall, defender, just in a second, defender, just turn them on. Okay, and then now we can go to this page. Let's see, hopefully this time it's not gonna get blocked, and let's just here we go, and let's go to download. This is one of the first tools that we needed, so show more. Let's, I will say keep it anyway. So we are doing the first installation of the tools that we need to build our malware analysis. It's called hashcalc. Okay, so let's open the file now. Let's install it here and set up. Yes. Next. Accept agreement. Next. Yes. Next. Next. Yes. Next. Install. Finish. And we can see this information about how to use it, and introduction, major feature, and this is the tool. Okay, and this tool, the first tool, is called hashcalc. We will need it for our malware analysis, and we will use it later. So we just finished one of the tools, and then I will end up this video here, and we continue with the rest of the tools that we needed to continue or finish build our malware analysis lab. That's all. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we're gonna download another tool that we're gonna need it for our malware analysis lab, and this tool is called exe info. It's give you info regarding to executable file. So here, this is the link. I'm just gonna copy it, and again I'll try to provide all those links for you on the resources, and then just gonna paste it here, and then let's open this page here, and this we could see here old version, so latest version, and this is how the program is gonna look like. If you open it, you're gonna see entry point. We'll talk about those in details, what those numbers, and basically an hexa number was the entry point, and how they can read the executable file based on the information we can get it from there. So and then we can put it here, and then we get some information. So again, this is all about the file and how you can run it. This is information about the program itself. Program, what this do, it's that let you to verify executable file and check out all their properties. You can also change the file name directly, open the executable file, or simply delete it. Another piece of, so basically we said earlier that it's hard for us to read the executable file, so we need a specific tool. That's what tool we are doing here to download, so that can help us to do malware analysis. So let's just download latest version. I'm just gonna click on download. It will go to the download folder, and then here in the download folder I'm gonna open it here. It's it look like this. I'm just gonna open this one. Let's extract it all. Okay, here we go. And then we can more option. Let's run anyway. So this is the program, and later we're going to use it and we enter information about the executable file when we are doing malware analysis. So we will need it for a lot of reasons. I'm just here to download the software, make the program ready and the lab ready. So far we finished 3 pieces. We finished we finished the hash calculator, we finished the hex editor, and now we finish XE info. Let's continue, finish all resources and all software that we needed to finish our malware analysis lab. That's all, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we're going to continue downloading some softwares that we will need to do our malware analysis. So in this time we're going to use UPX software. I will also keep the link for you on the resources, and then we're just going to click here and paste it here and go here, and then you can go look for download place for UPX. Download latest release, and then it says Linux. We are looking for Windows, Linux version Windows 32. Let's get this one. It's in the GitHub. There we go. So let's just keep it anyway. I know it's a show, maybe it's and then here you can run it from here, extract it all here, extract, and then you can run it here. Yeah, more option. I know it's we are doing malware analysis and we need some software. The Windows will think they are bad application or bad software, but again we agree from the beginning this has to be in the safe environment and virtual, not on your host computer. Make sure everything done. So when we do malware analysis we have to cut the internet completely. So we're gonna run anyway. And let's try to use it later. For now just download it and let's use it later. So that's all, and then we will use it later. It's a great program for unpacking. We'll talk more about it later. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we're gonna download another software we needed for our malware analysis, and this time we're gonna download BE Studio. So we're just gonna copy the link here to see the BE Studio. There we go, and this is the free download for Windows. You can read about this program. It's a free malware scanner that we required it and we needed to do our lab. So here, download for PC, and it's here. You can open it. You want to allow this app? Okay. Next, accept. Now we're gonna download the BE Studio, and then you can run it if you want, or you can keep it for later. So this is done now, and hello and welcome. So in this lesson we're gonna need to download and install another tool that we're gonna need it for our malware analysis lab. So this one is called HXD. This tool is a very good tool and well-known tool, and this is the download link. So I will provide all those links for you in the resources. So and then we can open again. If you get blocked, it's fine. So make sure we are running everything on virtual machine, not on real machine. And then from here you can get download version, and then we can get just look for English, for example, and then just click on download. Here we go, and then open the file, and then run it here. Just install it. Yes. Okay. Next. Hex editor, it's a great program. I do not accept the agreement actually. Okay, and then install it. Create shortcut on desktop. Here we go. Finish. So here this is the agreement, and this is the program. It's running, and later we will see how we can use it. And then it's a hex editor. It's a great program, reading the executable file and hex file. We will learn more about it and how to use it later, but in this lesson I just want to show you how you download it and install it, as it is important and required, very essential for our lab and malware analysis. So that's all. I'm just going to close everything here, and then do you want to save change? No, I'm not going to close this one. I want to need it, so I'll keep adding links here. So I will save all the links for you for all the software for malware analysis lab, so you can use it to do malware analysis. So we got hashcalc, and we got hex editor, which HXD, and then in the next lesson we'll continue more downloading new tools that we required for our malware analysis. That's all for this lesson, and see you again in another lesson. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will just try to download bintext, which is helpful for extracting string from the malware. It helps us a lot, so we're just gonna click so here the bintext is downloaded. So let's go and see this one. It's yes, now it's working. So this is very important to extract string, and useful for analyzing the malware. Help us a lot. So we need this tool to do more things, especially when we extract string. We will be able to see functions and libraries used by malware by using the extract string, by using bintext tool. So yeah, this is download, and when we use it we will remember what's the benefit and advantage of this tool later on. Thank you for watching. Hello again. So in this lesson we're going to download a process monitoring, or PROC mod. It's from Microsoft, so we can get this link and then paste it here, and then we can go to this page and download the process monitor. There we go. This one here is open, and then you can run it from here. There's any one of them, and then you can let's do them later when we use them, but this is just to show you how you download them. So agree, and then here you can say yes, and then you can process the monitor the process running on your system. Okay, and then you can stop it. Okay, but it's useful program we needed somehow to do in our journey of doing malware analysis. So this is another software required, and that's all. Thank you for watching, and see you again with more lessons. Hello. So one more step, we need to finalize it in our lab. So we need to do like we need to go to the virtual machine, and let's do cut the network. Let's open it, this one here. So let's this one, and then let's go to setting. I just wanna go to setting. Okay, so I have turned it off, I believe, at the beginning. And then so here, what you go to network adapter. So you just we can just advance. I just wanna host only, private network shared with the host. So make sure that this one doesn't have any internet connection. That's what we're gonna do our malware here. Malware analysis. Yeah, now it doesn't have any internet. Okay, you can see it from here for safety reasons, so we don't want to get any internet. There is no internet, that's it. So we don't want to get any internet. Anyway, we are doing everything on so no internet access. Perfect, that's what I want. And this is just because cache. So if you go to Google, this is just cached on the browser, but actually we don't have any internet. Even if you try to open YouTube, we don't have any internet. So look, it cannot open. So that's what I want. We just cut the internet, so we don't want an internet here. That's good news. Okay, and make sure there is no internet, and that's what we want. This is very vulnerable, danger machine, and we're gonna do a lot of things here, and that's why we set it. So let's go to download folder, make sure everything we got there is still there. Yes, that's basically everything we download. exe info, ubx, process monitor, flare, hash calc, hdx, exo info, ubx, be studio, rugshot, auto runs, fake net, proc dot, and also this is sample of malware. We're gonna run them and use them later. Okay, so far we finish and finalize our malware malware analysis lab. Again, please do not do everything in your host machine. Just do it on virtual machine, and make sure no internet connection after you finish downloading everything, so nothing going from between your machines. Now I cannot do anything, even if I try to copy like now if I try to copy some files here and just take it to just take it, for example, copy this one and try to take it here, I will not be able to do that. Look, I cannot so there is no paste option here. Okay, so this is just finalizing the lab, and make sure this is not safe. Don't do anything, don't put personal data, don't put anything here. It could have big problem at any time, so it's very vulnerable, and just make sure you are using it for the reason for malware analysis. And that's all. Thank you for watching, and see you again with another lesson. Hello and welcome. So this is the first lesson about Linux for ethical hackers. So if you want to be in the field of penetration testing, ethical hacking, you must know Linux very well. So this course is designed for you. So we will go through the most important command and how to use them in your daily life, Linux. So they will help you be strong in Linux and master Linux for ethical hacking. So this lesson we will learn how to navigate through the file system in Linux. So from our lab we're gonna open Kali Linux, and then we will start using Kali Linux, and then we practice the command. So we open the terminal. So the new version of Kali Linux doesn't give you the root privilege. It will just start from basic Kali. So if you want to get to the root privilege, so we will talk about the privileges in the future lessons. But now, if you want to go to the root privilege, you can use sudo su, and then they will ask you for the password. The password will be the Kali. Okay, now you can see you are at a root privilege. So in Kali Linux, if you want to know where you are, like navigating where you are, in Windows is easy because you have a graphic user interface and you can go between files and see what you are. Just open, click, open and move and so on. But here the story is different in Linux. So if you want to know where you are, okay, where you are, what's your location at, okay, we can use this command BOW and click enter. So it tell you are at home Kali. So this is where you are. So now if you want to change your directory, if you want to move forward or backward, we can use a command called cd. Cd means change a directory. So if you want to go backward, you could say cd and dot, click enter. So it says command not found, because this is how how we are. So let me just do it again, because cd okay. So we went back one step here. If you see, we were home Cali. So if we say BWD to see where we are, it says we are at home. Okay, so we went back from Cali to home. If we want to go back again, so it says you are at / or nothing back. So to say where I am, BWD. If you want to move forward, you can just use cd and then you put the file name. So now to list all file, okay, to list all the file or folders in Kali Linux, we're gonna use the ls command. So ls, okay, click enter. So you can see all the files are in the home or in the root Kali Linux. So we have home, we have bin, and so on. So if you want to go inside home now, okay, because we left backward from home. So if you want to go inside home, you could say cd and then home, click enter. So now you are at home. If you want to list all the files that they are inside the home, ls, you can see Kali. Okay, if you want to go back inside Kali, so remember we went backward, now we're going forward, Kali. So we are at Kali. If you want to list all files inside Kali, so you could see now we are at desktop, document, download, music, pictures, and so on. Okay, so let's list whatever inside desktop. You could say like this. There are two ways. You could say desktop, cd desktop, or you could say ls desktop. And make sure that Kali Linux is a case sensitive. So if small letter is totally different than capital letter. Okay, so sorry, we have to write it like this, /. Okay, so you can go to cd inside desktop if you want, and then list whatever inside desktop. Nothing inside desktop is empty. Okay, if you want to go inside document, for example, you could say let's move backward back to Kali home. Okay, and then let's go inside this document or downloads. Let's go inside document now. Document is with the capital D. Okay, and then click enter. So we are, so list the file inside document. Also there is nothing. Okay, so this is how you can list files, folder, navigate, go forward, go backward, see where you are. So now if you want to see where you are, BWD, it will tell you where you are. You are at home Kali documents. So we are exactly inside documents. Okay, if you want to go backward, leave the documents, go to the home, cd, and then to the, that's, we moved backward. Okay, so change directory, BWD, and list. Those three commands, you're going to use them a lot during your daily life as an ethical hacker or penetration tester. So the question here, how we can make our own folder. Okay, so if I want to go inside document, for example, and I will make my own folder. Okay, so how we can do that? We can make our folder by making directory. So mkdir, making directory, and then you could name it any name you want. Okay, click enter. So now if I list whatever I have, you could see I have a directory called Ali inside document. If I leave the document now and then list, I list whatever inside the home. But if I want to go inside documents, and then see what is inside it. By listing the file, I could see, sorry, this is capital letter, small letter, I could see Ali. Okay, if you want to remove the directory, you have to how can I say, you have to be inside document. So you cannot remove it if you leave the document. So for example, if I leave it, I cannot remove it. So I have to go. So if right now, if I want to remove Ali, let's say maybe it work, and then Ali tell me that I cannot, there is no such directory called Ali. So what we need to go inside documents first. So cd document, and then later we will be able to remove the directory by using rmdra. So mkdr, make directory, remove directory, like this. So now if I list, I will not seeing any directory. Make directory, you could make directory, and now you could name it xyz. Okay, so list it, you will be able to see it. Remove it, and then you could remove xyz, and so on. So far we covered bwd to tell us where we are. We covered list to list all the files, cd with 2 dots to move backward, cd the name of the folder to move forward. Okay, make directory to make a directory, remove directory to remove a directory. Okay, plus the sudo su to take you to the root privilege. Okay, so this is very important and essential for navigating the file system on Linux. Okay, so now if I want to make something, let's make directory now. Let's make directory, and then let's make it okay, and then I will go inside it. Okay, so now I'm gonna write something. We will cover this later. Echo, I will write hi. Okay, and then I will write it inside test.txt. Okay, click enter. So now if I list, I could see I have a file called test.txt. So if you want to copy this file, copy it, cp, copy, cp. Okay, test.txt. Okay, where you want to copy it, you could put the file name, the folder name, download. So now we copy it, says cannot create a regular file. Yes, we cannot copy directly like this. So what we need to do, we want to copy this one, for example, somewhere inside it. So what we do, we will copy this one. Is the download. Let me just copy this one to documents. Okay, this we cannot do it. So what we're gonna do here, let's try to remove the text dot. So how we remove it? So we have to say rm to remove, and then let's say test.txt. let's say if we can remove it. So listed is not there. Okay, so this is basically the feature or important commands to navigating file system. Now if you want to locate, we'll talk about location or locating feature. You want to locate a specific command or specific file and so on. So we can use the locate file, command, and then for example you're locating batch. Okay, you could see a lot of so it says this is what there is no such directory like that. So you want, for example, update the database, so you say update db, so to update all database on root privilege. So why we couldn't find the locate bash inside? Because we were inside directory called Ali, right? So we have to go to the root and then locate for bash. I think we will find some information. Okay, so let's cd backward. Okay, cd backward, and then let's locate bash. Now let's see if we can get results. Yes, now we get a lot of information, because last time we were inside the alley where there is nothing basically. So you could see more information, but keep in your mind you will need always update the database. This is very essential command. You will keep updating for something. Now if you want to change password, so you write pass wd. If you want to change a password, so for the system, if you want to update it, or you don't want to, so okay, up to you. And then password again, pass wd, and then they will ask you for password, and then make sure use it again, and then that's it. Okay, so another command, another important command, which is the man command, which is very necessary. It will help you if you don't understand how to use command, or you're not sure how to use it. The man is just like your manual for any command. So use man, for example, and then for ls command, you'll see the manual page for ls command. Okay, so ls command, it will help you to go through everything you want. Like for example, here if you say ls/a, it will be all, do not go starting with, and then it will give you more feature about ls command. So for example, if you don't know how to use like a special command, it's very simple. You write the command manual and write the command name. They will give you explanation about it, okay, and how to use it. Okay, so one more. So if you want to list the hidden file, you can use this command ls. You could find it from the manual of command la. So you can see the hidden file. So for example, this file called .cache, that's look hidden. Okay, .config look hidden. So cd, and then we can say cache, and then list the file. You can see there are information about some information inside those hidden files. So if you want to list hidden file, you can see ls/la. This is to list all hidden files. And as we say, you can see there are here permission. We will talk about this later. So in this lesson, what we can say, you need to navigate through file system using important command ls, bwd, cd backward and forward. Okay, and also another command, list the hidden file ls/la, and then which command we covered here, make directory, remove directory, remove file rm. We cover so many commands here: manual, man, locating, and so on. So update database, password, how to change the password for the system, and so on. So those very necessary command. It will help you to navigate through Kali Linux or Linux in general. And as an ethical hacker, you need to know them. So what I suggest for you, you go write those commands down on paper, and then try to use them 1 time, 2 times, 3 times until you make sure you are mastering them and using them in the right way. So this is the first lesson. The next lesson we'll cover more about Linux command or Linux essential for ethical hacker. Thank you for watching. Hello, we continue our lessons about Linux for ethical hackers. So in this lesson we will talk about users and privileges. Let's go to Kali Linux and let's see how things work with users and privileges. Okay, so let's write this command now. So you see here, like for example, this here, you see this hyphen. This hyphen means this one is a file. Okay, this one is a file. But if you see D here, this means is a directory. Okay, so hyphen or this slash mean this one is a file, D is a directory. This is very important. Okay, so here we could see those RW, RWXR and so on. So this means the permission that we can do with this file or this directory. So R read, W write, X mean execute. Okay, so as you see here, there are 3 groups, right? This one, and this one. So there are 3 groups in general. So the first group, this one, this is called the owner of the file. So the owner has read, write, execute, all the permission. And then to the member of the group, they have only execute and read. Okay, and then user, they have only execute. So this is the distribution of the permission in Linux. Okay, so again, I'm going to repeat, hyphen before this mean whatever this you are talking about file. If you see D, this is directory. RWX, R read, W write, X execute. And there are 3 group. Group 1 is mean the owner of this group. Most likely they have the full permission, read, write, execute. And then the member of the group, they have execute or write or different on, depends on. Like for example here, this file, the owner have read, write, and the member that have read and the user have a read. So here the member that have execute and read, and this one has execute. Okay, so again, this distribution is very important. Usually as a penetration tester or ethical hacker, you always looking for full access or full permission. You need read, write, execute to make sure you do your job the right way. Okay, so let's show you the temp file. So ls, then /la, and then temp file. Temp file usually it has everything with let's say with full permission. Okay, with the full permission. So let's say ls/la. Okay, so you can see here the temp file here, they have all full permission. So make sure as an ethical hacker or penetration tester, you should put your file somewhere here. Okay, you or upload your file somewhere here, so you could have the root privilege. Okay, so so for example, now if you wanna write something, let's say echo hi, and then let's make it as here. Okay, and then let's go again. So first we need to we don't need to do that, so let's just list it again and see what kind of let's look for our test.txt. where is it? Okay, so what I will do now, I will do it another way. So let's say where I am, pwd. Okay, I am at cache, so let's move backward. Okay, so let's see where I am now. Okay, so ls/la, then temp. Okay, so now let me write something here. Okay, ls temp. Okay, so let me do ls/la and see. Okay, so now let me look for test hello.txt test.txt, if we can find it here. This one, test.txt, and you can see here we don't have the full privilege. So the owner has read write, and the group member they have read, and the user have read. So this is give you something how you can change the permission. So you want to change the permission for any file, you can use change mode, ch mode. Okay, ch mode to change the permission. So you're gonna use plus. This is for read if you want to read, w for write, x for execute. Read, write, execute for all of them. But usually I prefer to use the number format, which is 777, and then you put the file name hello.txt, right? Or test.txt, not hello. We test.txt. Okay, so now if you list it again, let's see the permission of test.txt. This one is becoming green now. Okay, and then you can see we have the full permission, and it called text slash with hyphen. It's mean this is file, as we explained in the previous lecture. So now we talked about permission and privileges, what they mean in Linux. If it start with D, it's mean directory. Start with the hyphen mean file. Read, write, execute. Group member, three groups: group owner, group member, and user. And so this is basically what is about related to permission. And then the temp, it has all permission, and use ch mode to change the permission for read, write, execute, or use 777. Okay, usually sometime you need to be as an ethical hacker or penetration tester, you try to get full permission so you can do whatever you want. So now let's talk about user. So if you want to add a user, you could say add. Make sure you are in the root. Yes, we are in the root. So add user, and then name the user. So this is named Ali. Okay, so please matching the regular expression. So add user. Okay, so let's say add. Okay, so now we could use manual. Okay, if we have an issue with add user, so you could see manual add user. Okay, so now give you how to do it, and then add extra group and so on. So here add user, system command, configure. Okay, so hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will continue talking about users and privileges. So we will learn how to add users. So let me just close everything and start from scratch. Just we have better spaces. So here sudo su for system user, and then so here we are the root. So now to add user we could use this command, add user, and then /m, and then username could be Ali, for example, and then they give you option now, add a normal user, and now an option. So let me just try this one, sudo user add okay. So we did username, and then sudo let's give it password, let's write Ali again. Now it's asking for new password. Let's put it okay. So now let's say switch to the user, su sudo and then how we gonna switch to the user now? So or we can check if we want to make sure. Let's sudo su, let's go sudo su now, and then I will tell you of how we can double check if this user has been added, etc, and then we go /w. So /w will give you basically all the user that you have it here. So let's write again, cat etc, and then /wd. Okay, and now you could see this is the user we added. And now when you add user and you log into the system, you want to make sure you have the whole privilege, right? If you don't have the privilege, you cannot do much stuff. Okay, but adding user, it's a good step. So we can use this username, and you can log in and break to the system. This is how to add a user. So you need to use a user, add user, and then the username, and then you put the password. So even, for example, here, if you log out, for example, here, I'm just gonna try to log out, and then let's see if I can log into the Kali with this user here. Let's see if can let me. So you can see we logged in to the system using this user that we just added, right? So this is how you can add. So you can see as a user here, I don't have the root privilege. I cannot do much stuff. So sudo, let's try to use sudo su. Okay, so I don't have you're not sudo, so you don't have the sudo privilege. You cannot do much stuff. So I log into the system with the new user, but I don't have the root privilege just like the root. Okay, so this is what we call it in ethical hacker privilege escalation. Okay, but we create a new user, we add the new user, but we need to use sudo for everything we use. So sudo ls, for example, and then asking for password. So you're not sure. So I have very basic privilege. I can't do much stuff and Kali if I log in to using the system. So let me log out here and let's say switch user. Let's see what's happening here if I use a Kali. So here I'm going to use Kali. Later you can do much stuff with the root privilege or privilege escalation. So now sudo su, yes, no problem. Kali, no problem. So this is now how you could do much stuff. Again, if you want to see the users that already in the system, you can use cat. We will talk about category later. etc password. This is not stored the password file stored on the shadow. We will see it later, but here you can see you have Kali and you have Ali. This is the users that we can use them. Okay, if you want to see where the password is stored on the cat etc shadow, and it doesn't store in a clear text. It's stored in an encrypted file. Okay, an encrypted file. So you could say shadow here. This is how the password is stored. So this is the password for Ali. So you can you take this, let's say the hash file. Okay, like this is called in hashing format, and you can use for example hashcat to break the password. Okay, you could do much stuff. So let's say here sudo ali, let's see what we get. Okay, so this is all about users and the privileges, how to add user, and you see the user privilege, it doesn't have permission, and so on. And to access the shadow file where it has all password, like the encrypted password or the hash file of the password, and also the username here, how to add username just like what we did here. Okay, so this is all about username and privileges. Next lecture we will talk about something else. Thank you for watching. Hello again, another lesson about Linux for ethical hackers. So today we will cover some basic or important networking command. So the first command, and as well known, we will use fconfig. Let's go to root privilege, Kali, and then we write fconfig. So this will give you information about the IP address, the MAC address, the interfaces, and so on. So we could say here inet, it's been the IP version 4, network mask, broadcast IP address, and then inet 6, the IP version 6. Okay, and then much information. Okay, let's see what else we can get from here. So Ethernet, this is mean the MAC address, and so on. So fconfig, it's very easy and straightforward. So you could use IB, or you could use this command. For example, you can use so for example here we have ether here, like I say, it's ether 0. So we can use IB. Okay, so we can, they will give you what options here you can write with IB. So for example, we can use the option A. Okay, so we could say IB, that's another command, A, and then show. Okay, so let's see what we get. So there's nothing here. Okay, so fconfig is fine if you go there. So another important command we can say is the ping. Ping is to test the connectivity. Ping, and then you can ping Google, for example. You see if you are connecting to Google, or you receive connection, or you can talk to Google. Like say, ping is used for if we want to check if we can talk to other device. Okay, so you could see here we're getting replying. That means we can talk to Google, and we can see the IP address. It's not gonna stop until you press Control C. Okay, Control C, it will stop. If this is Bing. Bing, for example, 192.168.86.129. This is the metasploitable 2. So we are talking to other device. Control C to stop. Okay, ARP to list the ARP table. Okay, ARP A. Okay, so ARP is very good command. We can ARP/A. You can see so the IP address with their associated MAC address. Okay, so for example, as an ethical hacker, like pivoting, when you are on device and you want to talk to other device or move from device to device, it's very necessary to use those commands. You can see what devices that this or what other devices that this device can locally communicate, because we know the MAC address is used for switching connection or devices that are in the local network. Okay, also we can use netstat. So let me just open any connection here on the internet just to make it okay, and let's just go Google, for example. Okay, here, this one here. Let's make it www.google.com. Okay, so we connect to Google here. So let's go back to our here. So we can say netstat netstat. Okay, so we can /ANO. Okay, and then we can see what we are connected to and what ports maybe we can use to pass through and so on. Okay, this is very useful command. It will give you a lot of details. Okay, netstat, very famous network command. So we can say here, for example, the established connection is waiting and listening. It means it's open port waiting for so this is established. Okay, and so on. So those will be more easy and more useful when you deep in ethical hacking, networking, and those kind of stuff. But this is like a Linux command essential for you as an ethical hackers. What else we can use? For example, another command. Let's call it the root. It will give you the root. Okay, let's say where your traffic are existing or exiting. Okay, so the default gateway. So it's very important, and you can use it to get more information. There is another command. So here in the root we can see the destination gateway. Gateway, it's the place where all devices in the local network will leaving. Okay, the gateway or receiving information, it has to go through the gateway. Okay, so we can use the trace out to trace. So we can say trace out. Trace root. Okay, and then you could the destination. Let's try the route between us and Google. You can see how many hubs and what are the places called trace route. Okay, tracing the route. So we could use trace path. Trace path, another function called the trace route. Basically it will let's say the trace route is one of the most useful command. It's used to troubleshoot the network. It detects the delay and determine the pathway to your target. It basically help in many things, to provide names, identify every device on the path. Okay, so there are trace path also. Trace path, not just trace route. Trace path, and then you could put the destination. So let's write it well. So you could say trace. Okay, I'm not sure if it's not exist here. I think this doesn't work here on the this one. So we talk about net stats. Let's see another command called SS. The SS command is the replacement for netstat. It's another command. It's regarding much faster and more information, and basically its response it will give information about the TCP UDP at Unix socket. Okay, so you could say SS and then /TA. It will give information is about socket TCP UDP at socket communication. It has more than that. So TCP, TA for TCP, SS UA, it's for UDP. There is no UDP established. Yes, there is established, zero, nothing. Okay, so we have the dig command. Dig command stands for domain information grouper. Dig command is used in DNS lookup. We know what's a DNS. DNS is convert the host name to IP address and back. So we can say dig, for example, www.google.com, and we get more information. Okay, and also we have NSLOOKUP command. NSLOOKUP is used for DNS queries. So you could say google.com. Okay, and we have we talked about root. We have another command, host, to give you the host name. Of course, we're gonna get Kali, right? This is all host here. So you could say host, for example, and and then if you want to configure the wireless network, we have fconfig, but here we have iwconfig, but we don't have wireless here. iwconfig, this is for wireless, so no wireless communication. Host name, you want to get the host name, so of course will be Kali here. Okay, and the curl and wget command are used to downloading files. So wget, we can use it to download file from the internet. Also who's here, who is command, for example google.com will give you information about specific domain, the registration information about it, and so on. Okay, this is more information about any so mtr command is a combination of Bing and traceroute. So there is another command called mtr, is a combination between like Bing and traceroute. So mtr, and then you can write google.com. It says mtr is not installed, so that means it's not come there. So we need so we can install anything. So sudo apt install what mtr. Try it later. We talked about who's, and basically that's all command we need to go. So sudo, let's talk look, mtr is not there. Not install. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we will talk about installing and updating tools. This is very important for you as an ethical hackers or penetration testing. So sometimes you need to use tools, and you need to update your tools, upgrading them, system, and so on. In general, Kali Linux, you need between time and time you need to upgrade it. Let's go to the sudo privilege and update it. So the best way to do that, so let's say apt get and then update. So what you will do, you will updating the Kali Linux, any update for any tool inside Kali Linux, you will update it, and some tools need to be upgraded. Okay, so this is very necessary. You need to do it between time and time. So what we will use apt get update. So you update your Kali Linux or your Linux machine between time and time. So updating them, and then another time you're gonna use apt get upgrade. Okay, and then that will upgrade the system, and then say, do you want to continue? I will say no because I upgraded already. Okay, so apt get update and apt get upgrade, very essential for you between time and time to do whatever you want. Another important command. So for example, you want to install a tool inside Kali Linux, so you need to use apt get install, and then you can write the tool name. So there are so many tools not installed in Kali Linux we can install one of them. For example, I'm trying to find something small, so for example, let's say Wireshark is already installed. Let me just see how we can. Okay, let's say SQL map, I believe it's already there. SQL map. I have to get SQL map. It's already installed, so in case that you don't have it, you will install it here. Okay, there is another way of installing tool, especially from GitHub. So if you go to GitHub, right, GitHub. Okay, so this is the GitHub, has a lot of tools, and those tools written by developers, and GitHub is owned by Microsoft, and then you can list install any tool, and like there are a lot of tools not built inside Kali, and you can use GitHub and search for any one of them. So for example, I'm going to search for a tool called PyFisher. Okay, so PyFisher is a tool used for like a phishing tool. I'm just gonna install it now. So the best way, so you search for tool and then read about it, okay, and see its feature and how it works, and then later you can you go to code and then copy this code. Okay, so when you copy this code, what are you gonna do? You go to your Kali machine. So we want to see where you are, BWD. So on home. So for example, I want to go to desktop, and then I put this this tool inside desktop. So here we copy the git clone. So what you need to write if you need to get something from GitHub, so say git clone. Okay, and then you paste your okay here. Okay, so then you click enter, and then you're gonna, now you will install the PyFisher tool. So git clone. Okay, if you don't have git clone, you can install the git by itself. So now if we go list whatever inside the desktop, we can see the PyFisher tool here. So if we go inside it, cd and then PyFisher. So cd and then let's copy it. So maybe I misspelled it here. Just copy it. And then here. Okay, so now we are inside it. If you list it, you can see it's Python file, and then if you want to run any Python file in Kali Linux, you just need to write Python and then the name of the file after that, because it's .py, and then paste the clipboard. If you click enter, you can run the file. Okay, you can execute the PyFisher the tool. Okay, so this is how you can update and install any tool in Kali Linux. It's very useful, very helpful, and you will need it for a lot of things. Okay, this is how you can get tool from outside the Kali and put it in Kali, and apt-get install to install any tool, apt-get update, apt-get upgrade, and git clone, and then copy paste the link. You can like for example, let's go to root privilege. You can install the gate itself, so you can say apt get install and then a get, so you can install the gate itself. So do you want to continue? Yes. So now we are installing the gate itself inside the Kali Linux. Okay, this is how you install anything. So apt get install, and then you put the name of the tool. And git clone, you could get like git clone and then a clone, and then you can get anything from the website and just put it there. Okay, this is how you can install and upgrade tools in Kali Linux. Thank you for watching and see you. Hello again. So we continue our discussion, Linux for ethical hackers. So here we need to talk about controlling Kali services. So let's go to Kali Linux. As we know that Kali device has a web service. So we can use a Kali as a web server. Okay, and we can control those services on a Kali. So for example, now let me just show you, get the IP address fconfig. Okay, and so now we know the IP address of Kali Linux is 192.168.128. So I'm gonna copy this. I will go to the Windows device. Okay, and then browse this the IP address and see what I will get. Okay, so here I will put the IP address of 192.168.86.128. Okay, so as we see it, we know there is a connection between Kali and Windows, but we couldn't reach this web service or this web page. Why? Because the Kali, although it has this web page, and the web page in Kali, just to let you know, it's stored here. If you open the file system, open folder, and then you go to file system, and then you go to var, somewhere here called var, yes, var, where is var, this var, and then from var you could do www and HTML, and this is the index, this is the main page of Kali Linux. To control the surface of web page, so what we need to turn on the server. So web server. So how to do that? We can use this command surface Apache 2 start. That's mean we are starting. I hope I write the yes. So surface Apache 2 start. So you start the web server. So if you go to Windows again and try to browse this server, so you could see the web page there inside Kali Linux. Okay, which is port 80 and so on. So this is what we mean by controlling. So now if I want to stop this service, we could say surface Apache 2. Instead of start, you could say stop. Okay, so now we stopped the Kali, the surface, the Apache server from Kali Linux. Okay, so Kali has surface like Apache server, controlling it by start and stop, and so on. So Kali Linux also has tools for like for example, it has a tool called ettercap. Okay, you can use it as a graphic. Ettercap, we will talk about those tools later. Slash and then G, it's mean you want the graphic user interface of this tool. And then this mean when you say slash G, that's mean you turn the graphic user interface of this tool. Okay, so there are many ways of controlling surfaces in Kali Linux, but the most important thing, I want to know how to turn on the server by using Apache Surface Apache to start, Surface Apache to stop. Okay, thank you for watching and see you again. Hello again. So in this lesson we will talk about how to viewing, creating, editing files in Linux. As an ethical hackers, you need to do with files, collecting information, organize them. So we'll talk about the commands that you need to use in order to do the job right. So here if I list, I can see there is a file called test.txt we already created last time. Okay, so again, if we want to create a file, you could say like this, echo. This is the basic one. Okay, echo, and then you could write anything inside double quotation. Let's say hello. Okay, and then insertion operator, and then you could say the file name. Let's say hello.txt. Okay, click enter. So now if you list the file again, you will see hello.txt. Okay, what is the difference between this one and this one? I could tell you, a green one, it has full permission, because if you remember when we talk about users and permissions or privileges, so if you want to make this green so you can read, write and execute the test.txt, but hello, it doesn't have much permission. So if you list and then LA, you could, sorry, okay, so we can see hello. This is test has full permission. Let's see the hello. I can't see it here some reason. It's not our, yeah, I could see more here. Yeah, this one, you could see it, it's only read, write, read, so it doesn't have permission. How to do that? We can use chmod 777 to change it to green. Chmod, okay, and then instead of saying, so here you could say hello .txt. So now we could change to full permission. So let's list the file now. We could see it's became green. Okay, so now if you want to read what is inside this one, you can use cat, and cat is to read whatever information inside this. So .txt, you could see the hello, the one that we already write. So for example, you want to append to it, so let's say echo, for example, this time I'm not gonna say hello, I will say okay, and then insertion operator, and then the file name is hello hello.txt. But if we read it now, can we see if we really append ali to it, or we overwrite the information there? So we overwrite it. So how to append to it? We can append to it by using double insertion operator. So for example, I can say echo, okay, and then here Okay, I can go here and then space. I can put hello here to see if this work, and then I can use double insertion operator, and then here we say hello dot txt. So let's read it. Cat hello.txt. We can see now we are appended to it. It has Ali, and then we appended to it hello Ali hello. Okay, so this is how you can read and write to files, viewing the information using cat, write using echo, and append to it. There are another methods and way. So for example, you can use touch, sorry, not this way, is to make a new text file. So new .txt. So if we want to read this one, okay, a new .txt, we cannot read anything from inside. So touch just to create the file, but we couldn't write to it. So how to write to it? There is another method. It's called nano, and then you can new .txt. So now you can write hello whatever you want, okay, inside this file, and then here you can control X exit, and you could do whatever you want here. So copy, so let's say control X, and you want to save Y, yes, and then that's it. So now if we want to cat a new .txt, we could see the hello whatever you want. Okay, so again, echo, you can write echo. What the echo will do, will write and create the file at the same time. Cat to read from the file or view whatever inside the file. Touch can only create a file but cannot write inside it. Nano, you can write inside any file. There is another tool, is graphic user interface. It's called gedit. Gedit. Let me make sure I write it right. I'm not. Okay, so the gedit look like not this way how they do it, but no, gedit like this, supposed to be something like that. So gedit is for graphic edit, graphical edit interface. Gedit. Let me just build here. Gedit. Yes, gedit for Linux. Yes, this one. But why it doesn't? I think it has. Let me see if they use it in the. Okay, we have to install it. That's why we couldn't see it. So apt-get using apt-get install. So we need to install it because here it is. So apt. This is another command to install anything. Install gedit. Let me make sure from it. Apt, yes, apt install gedit, not apt. So apt install gedit. Yes, now done. So let's use gedit now. Is it weird? Done reading package. unable to locate package. So it looked like gedit is not available on Kali Linux, maybe in other versions of Linux. However, we can use cat to view whatever inside file. We can use echo to read, so to write and create file. We can use touch to create a file. We can use nano to edit a file, and so on. Anyway, we can use the graphic interface in Kali Linux. So now if I go home, I go file, for example, and then open folder here and home, I can see them here. So those are my files, and then I can see whatever inside them, and I can write, okay, and then I can file and save it. Okay, read only. So it says we cannot because it's read only, so we need to change the permission. However, I'm sure I can do this with hello because it has a full permission. I can add another Ali here with h, and then I can save it. Okay, so now I can use Kali Linux here, cat hello text, and we can see here. Okay, so this is how you can create, view, read, edit files in Kali Linux or in Linux in general. This is very important. Believe me, as an ethical hacker, you need to know how to edit and view information, how append and collect information. Those commands is very important. Viewing, creating, editing files, very important. Thank you for watching us. Hello and welcome. In this lesson we will continue discuss the essential of Linux for ethical hacker and penetration testing, and general essential commands. So this lesson we will take time to talk about a very essential and very important command called grep. So the grep command is very powerful tool that can be used in penetration testing to search for specific patterns in files, directories, and network traffic. So sometime when you do your penetration testing or ethical hacking, you always try to find, you're gonna have a lot of files, a lot of information, so you are looking for a specific pattern, specific information. So you don't want to waste time reading between lines and words to find some sensitive information. A grep can save a lot of time for you and do it. A grep very essential and very important for cybersecurity analysis and so on. Even a lot of certification, they have this grep, and even a lot of companies, when they do testing, they ask for a grep. So we will take our time in a grep. It might be in more than one lesson. So let's go ahead and start talking about grep. A grep has several options. Again, just like any other command, if you don't know how to use it, you can use the manual. But we will, so let's go to Kali here. We will talk about each one of those in, like, let's say in details. So let's open the command prompt. So let's go to root privilege, sudo su, and then the password is Kali, and then here I will write echo, okay, because I just want to create a file, and then let's write, we'll add more information, hi, because we will do more information for this hello text file. Okay, so let's write hi, we are studying Linux commands and let's add this one now, and then for hello dot text, okay, and I click enter. So let's read it now. Let's see. So it has Ali, hello, hi, and hi, we are studying Linux commands. Let's add more information. So there is a lot of way for editing file. You can open this file manually and write whatever you want, right? So we are trying to use command approach because it's more professional and better way and faster. Ethical hacking, Unix, let's say Unix, essential for okay. So let's add this one to hello.txt. Okay, so let's read it. So you can see a lot of information. So imagine like you are opening file, or you are sniffing information, or you are getting information and you don't want to read everything, or you're looking for specific information, as we gonna take example, believe me, later. Okay, so we can use a grep. A grep has so many options, and the way to write a grep is straightforward. So for example, if you want to use it in general, so we can say grep, okay, and then let's search for Linux, okay, where in hello.txt. So it showed me like the whole line that it has a Linux word inside it and make it red. Okay, that means it exists. So let's search for something not exist, and let's say Cisco is not exist, and let's see what is the difference if something is not exist. So it doesn't give you any output. Okay, so sometime you need to go more options. Not just like this, we need to go more specific. So for example, to display number of matching lines, yani exactly which line, because could be file has 1,000 of lines, so you want to display exactly the number of matching lines, we can use C option. So we can write like this, grep -C, and then we can write Linux, the word, the Linux, and then write the text file. Okay, so it says only one line, it has Linux. So let's, for example, be more specific. Let's search for to see how many lines matching. So I'm gonna search for only the letter O -C, and then let's put O here, and then the same file hello.txt. I put the file name wrong, so let's repeat it now. The grep C so it says 3 lines, and if you go here, this one it has O hello, and this one it has O command, and this one it has O, so 3 lines. Okay, this is the option C. To display all matching lines, you can use /h or -h. So grep -h, and then you could say all matching lines. Let's put O here, okay, and then hello.txt. So basically displayed all matching lines, and it marked it as red. Okay, so this is one. To display all names, everything in matching, so you can use L, another option, grep and then O, and then use star. That's mean for everything. Okay, so it says basically it's there in hello text, there in the new text. Okay, so basically for all files I have it. Okay, it's not just a specific file in this directory, hello home. Okay, so if you list home, so we have hello text and we have test. Okay, and we have new. So if you let's read test, see what's inside it. Just hi, so it doesn't have any O. Let's read the new, see what's inside it. It has a word say O, so that's why it's displayed hello and new. Okay, this is another option. So to display all matching lines with the line number, we're gonna use -n. So we could say grep n like this, and then we put for example Linux here. Okay, and then hello.txt. So it show you there are 4 and the 4th line. Okay, and there are matching. Okay, this is how it works. So if you want to display all non-matching, you can use -v, all non-matching. So grep, okay, /v Linux hello.txt. Okay, we displayed everything for non-matching, so we display everything that doesn't have Linux. Okay, this is called non-matching. You want to display only the matching lines, you can use O for only matching lines. Grep O, and then Linux hello.txt. So we displayed only the word that it matched, like we displayed only Linux here. If you want to use multiple search and more than different file, you can use -e, like multiple search. So for example, we can use grep -e, and then we search for Linux. Okay, and then -e, we search for O, where and the hello.txt. Okay, this is how we can use multiple things in using the grep. So there are more options for the greps. You can use a grep. You can use with -c. With -c to display a number of matching lines. You can use -h to display all matching lines. You can use -l to display with a star to display all patterns, all files, just like what we find with the new and hello. You can use with -n to display all matching lines with line numbers, and you can use -v to display the non-matching, or to display only the matching lines, and then you can use it for multiple search. And there are more than 4 options. But the grep, it's very essential command for penetration testing, and this is how you can use it in general. In the next lesson, I will try to use it more specific, how to do it with like for ethical hacking and general information. So that's all for this lesson, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello again. So we continue our discussion about the grep command and the importance of the grep command. So let's do some practice about grep command. So for example here, so in Linux right now, if you want to write any command, let's say fconfig, and then if you wanted the output of this command to a text file. So the result you don't want to display on the screen. You can use the insertion operator, that's the greater sign, and then you can put the name of the text file like txt. It will be saved here. So now if you list the file, you can see this one we created is this one, trust.txt. So if you want to open it, trust.txt, you will see the result of the ifconfig. The same thing, example, like if you want to now let's say you don't want to open this file, you want to grab some information from it. So we can say grep, okay, and then what are you looking for? Let's say I'm looking for IB, okay, and the file is text.txt without any option. So here, oh, I write the grep wrong. So grep and then IB and then trust.txt. Says they don't have it. So yeah, they don't have the IB. So what we're gonna look, they don't call it IB in the, so let's use another one, grep inet, okay, and trust.txt. okay, so we can see all the matching, it's been displayed here. Okay, inet 6, inet the normal one, and so on. You can grab some information. Let's give you another one. Let's talk. So nmap, we will talk about nmap in another lesson. It's very essential tool. It's come with the Kali Linux. So I wanna but before that, let's talk. So using the pipe Linux, this pipe, it means if you wanna run two commands at the same time. So for example, if I wanna run bwd to tell me where I am, and then pipe and then list, we can do that, two commands. So now it will display where you are plus the command. So you can use ifconfig and then pipe, you can another command. Okay, so you can run two commands using the pipe. So let's use a grep now. So let's say nmap, okay, 192.168.86. This is the IP address of the Metasploitable tool, and then pipe, and then now I'm going to use a grep for open. I'm looking for the open words there. Here we go. So we got the nmap result plus the only the opened word or keyword that we're looking for to grab it. Okay, you can do much stuff with the grep. It's very essential. So for example, here you want a IP address and then a grep on the Ethernet 0. So you get this one and give you information here. So okay, and then you can say use pipe. So you can say like this, IP address and then another pipe for grep inet. Now you get more information. Okay, so grep is very essential to be more specific, to open more stuff, and as penetration testing or cybersecurity analyst, you need tool like grep to save your time about stuff, sensitive information, passwords, for example, that you're looking for. So for example, let's you can say etc So we can grep, for example, grep /r, say user, just say user from okay, and so on. So grep again important and essential for you as a penetration tester or cybersecurity analyst to know this tool, saving you a lot of time and could be very necessary for specific stuff. Okay, so in practice more, you will be able to use grep a lot, but I could tell you, if you master grep, you can have something valuable or valuable skill in your journey as a cybersecurity specialist. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we will talk about more commands in Linux. So let's start talking about the first one, the find command. So before find, it's used in general. It can be used to find files, directories, and perform subsequent operation on them. Also, it supports searching by files, folder, name, creation date, modification date, owner, and permission. Okay, so let's just create some files. So we're gonna use touch. We're gonna create file 1.txt and then file 2.php and then img1.gpg and then g.jpg. So you can use touch for creating those files. So if we list, we can see whatever we created. One PHP, this one the images. Okay, so for example, let's assume that let's clear everything here. So let's see, I'm looking for a file, so we can use find and then by name, and you put the file name, so file 1.txt. so if it's there, it will display it here for you. Okay, if not, it will not display it. So for example, if you say find by name, okay, and then file 10, so we don't have something called file 10.txt, so here there is no result. Okay, you can so let's use find for let's use iname, another option. Image 2.jpg, it showed me there. And if you want to, for example, search for empty, okay, you want to search for all empty files, you can use find and then empty. It shows you all the empty files that you have it here. Okay, let's clear this one. Okay, so if you create a new file and search by the newer, so for example, let's touch okay, a new .txt, and then here you want to search by a newer file, one text, so it will give you, so that find and then newer, then file1.txt. It will show you all the new files, and including the one that we created. Okay, so this is find. It's very helpful, and you can use it for search for files and directories on your system. So let's look for ps command to list all the active process. If you want to kill any of those process, you have to use kill process ID, and then process ID one, let's say 9954. Okay, and then session terminated, you killed it. Okay, so why? Because we used the sudo, so we left, because we killed the sudo one. Okay, so what this mean? This mean we left the root privilege. So to go back, we need to use sudo su again. Okay, so this is what if you want to kill the process, basically stop it. So for example, if you have a virus or background or something running and you want to stop it, the best way, when you list all the process, you can use kill the command. You can use auxiliary with this one here. So you list all the process, and then here you can go with the auxiliary command and then see the process ID here, PID, process ID identifier, and then you want to stop all of any one of those process, you just kill and then put the process ID. It will tell them bye, done completely. Okay, so this is the process. So if you want to see, let me clear. If you want to clear whatever you write, you just clear option, and then if you want to see the history, whatever you did, you just write history. This is another command. You could see everything you did in the history. Clear history, just write history. You will see the history of your job here. Clear. So there is a command called finger, but finger, it's not there, so we need to install it. So this is another opportunity to learn how to install things in there. So apt-get to install things in Linux. Apt-get install finger. Here we go. So now you can the finger will be used to to finger for user. Okay, so let's see how we can use it. So so if you want to create a new user, so let's say sudo adding user, I will call it John. Okay, so we can finger for this one, say finger and then John. It will tell you John, the directory, nothing happened to it. But if you want a finger, for example, let's say finger for Kali, we have user called Kali, it will give you more information about it. Okay, so this is those command can be used. Exit command to exit the session, and then more exit, you leave the terminal completely. Let's go back to the terminal, and let's go to sudo root privilege Kali. Okay, and let's use there are tons of commands, but I'm trying to give you the things that you really need them in your journey as a cybersecurity specialist or penetration tester and so on. So more command, let's so for example, if you want to output, we talk I believe of this, if you want to output the result for any text file, you just use insertion operator. So let me list the text files here. So let me read whatever inside, for example, hello.text.txt. So if you want to shred this one, that means you want to like encrypt it, for example. Okay, so you just use this command shred and then hello.txt. This is to encrypt it. So now if you want to read it, you cannot read whatever inside it. See, it's something unreadable. Okay, this is using the shred command. Okay, this is the shred command. wget is to download anything from the internet. Curl, same thing, to download anything from the internet, but I don't want to download it. So if you want to download anything, you just need to put the link for anything you want to download it. wget. If you want to zip any file, you're going to use the zip command, and then you zip it, something like this, and then unzip it. You just need unzip command. Okay, so those are the most essential and important commands. I believe you should know them and use them in your life as a penetration tester. So for example, if you want to get more, let's just delete here and let's talk about more options. So for example, if you want to use uname and then it will give you information about the system that you are using. Kali Linux, Dynamic Debian, and A64, graphic user interface, Linux. Okay, if you want to use UFW to allow port 80, for example, so you can, I think this one we need to install it. Okay, so there are that's all what you need. Let's say this. So do you want to install it? Okay, okay, this is to install. Sometime the good thing, it will tell you if you want to install it. This is allow, like, to open port in your firewall. This is what's gonna happen. Role updated. You're allowing port 80. Okay, using UFW. Okay, woof. I think this one is it installed. Okay, so let's use this command. And then what is and then this is another command to ask about something else, like for example ls. It will tell you this is list directory. Okay, if what else you want to do, you want yeah, what is to ask about anything you want. So what is let's use UFW. It will tell you program for managing a net filter firewall, basically to allow something, or the so man UFW, it will get more information. You can use the version if you want to allow something, and so on. Okay, and in general in Kali Linux there are a lot of tools. And can be used to do anything you want. I highly encourage you to go and practice them. That's all for this lesson, and hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we're gonna take a look at the BE format. This is very important lesson, because according to this lesson you will have a hint, an idea how we can analyze the malware, information that we need to look at it, so we can have a hint and information how this malware work and what is intended for. So One of the most common file format for executable on Windows platform is a BE. And we talked briefly about a BE, which is portable executable. Majority of malwares are written for Windows. The reason because majority of people are using Windows for computer system. And this is the chart graph showing malware by file types. So you can see 47.80 it's for BE format. So the BE stands for portable executable. Basically, all executable .exe and .dll are BE files. Which basically this contains information that operating system needs to run the executable file. This information can give us a hints about the functionality of the malware and how it interacts with the operating system. Also, the executable link file ELF is the most common format for Linux environment. And there are also specific format for Android system and macOS. So let's look now at the BE header. So the file itself, just like it doesn't contain only one part. It divides into different sections, and according to those sections, we can look at useful information. So we will get information about how it look and how it work, and how the program and malware can function in the operating system. Just like what we learned, how this program loaded to the main memory, it doesn't go as a single entity. It has different sections. Same thing here, the BE file or the BE executable file has a different section. So here we're going to look at the header, because the header, it gives us a lot of information. So the BE header contains the information. So the operating system requires to run the executable file. So the operating system, you can load so many files and so many programs in the memory, but the operating system, when it required to run the executable file, which is basically a program, the operating system needs some information, and this information will be included in the BE header. So this information is very useful. Also, it can give us more information about the functionality of the malware and how the malware interacts with the operating system. So why the BE header is important? Because it contains all information or important and necessary information required by operating system, so the operating system can execute the executable file. Then it also contains information that specifies where the executable needs to be loaded into the memory. So each program need space, need resources to be loaded into main memory. So this information in the header can tell us exactly such information will be useful in our process of malware analysis. Also, it contains the library that the executable requires to be loaded, the DLL library, and we looked at the functions and libraries for operating system. It also contains information that specify where the execution will begin, because the BE file has information. I start from here, I need this to my memory location, and this, and then later this is the part where you start execute the program. So let's look at the structure of BE header. So first of all, it has basically, this is what it has: MZ header or DOS header, that's what they call DOS header, DOS tab, file, BE file header, which is signature, and then image, which is optional header, section table, and sections. We'll look at those sections later. So the first one, the MZ header, it defines the file as an executable binary. So from this header, or from this part of the header, we can tell this is executable file. This means program, and suspicious, it could be something damaged. Also, this one, it can print message when run in Windows and DOS. So it will tell, okay, if this malware or this program can be run on DOS or not, from this section. Header signature is defined the executable as a BE. It's a unique signature, as we're gonna see. Also, image optional header store information about the executable, like subsystem and the entry point. Section table instruction on how to load executable into memory. Sections, like executable sections of code and data used by the executable. So each program has instruction, code, and data. So for example, when you write a program, you're adding two numbers, just basic idea. The instruction on the code using to add those two numbers, as we call them code, and those numbers, the two numbers, is the data. So again, the program has data and instruction. That's basically what's the program, as we learn about the program definition. So the sections itself, it has this information. .code or .text, which is executable code, the code that can be executed. .data, which is the data to read and write. So for example, you are text editing, data is text. Image processing, the data will be image. Video, the data will be video, and so on. RData store the data for read only. iData store the import table. eData stores the export data, and R source, which stores resources, string, and icons. As we know, some programs need resources like strings and icons and much more. It's also stored in this section. So again, each program is not going to be a single entity. It will be divided into separate sections. Each section will do specific task. Overall, all of them, they will end up with something meaningful, and the operating system can run. So this is another picture of the BE format. So always, this is the first section. That's what start with, always like a specific number. We will see DOS number, which is MZ, which is, if you see DOS number in any file in your analysis, you could tell right away this is executable file. And this is the how it look like. This is when the program go in the main memory. This is how it look like, and it has all those sections. And this is the details of those sections, and we just talked about them. So here, if you open the program into analyze, you can see those number 4D5A, and also in the ASCII code MZ. This is big indicator that this program is executable. So it's a binary executable program. You could tell from those 4 bytes, the first 2 bytes, sorry. And this is also MZ indicate that this executable. And also this this section start with the 0E1F. It's also here tell you, is this executable on DOS or not. So this program cannot be run on DOS, and also has a lot of information, as we're gonna see. So again, the DOS header is 64 bytes, and the first 4 rows of the hex editor as seen in the image, just like this image, like 4D5A, or they write 0x54AD in the hexadecimal. This it called, you can tell from this part, this one is an executable file. You can read only when you see this one, or you see MZ. MZ is marked for this name, which is one of the first developer of Microsoft DOS. This field is called eMagic, or magic number. So it can be easy tell that this executable file from this number or from those letter in ASCII. Okay, and this is this part of the BE file can be told that this is an executable file. Again, we will see this when we do more practice stuff. They will be look clear for us. The DOS stop program, this is as again, it will tell you if this program can be compatible or work on MS-DOS or not. So this program cannot be run on MS-DOS mode. You can see this also from the binary file here. And it has a lot of headers like image header, and mainly contains signature and image file header and image optional header. And signature, so the BE header is 00F0. Let's look at this one is here. And the BE signature start with 504500, so 504500. And then if you look at the big file here, you can see this part is here, 50450, which is a BE or signature. Here at this one, start with this line 000F0. That's what this mean here. That's what this mean here. So this one here. So they are talking about this part. Okay. Again, if you still confused about this information, don't worry. Here I just want to look at them. When we do practice, they will be easy and clear for you. And here also the image file header is the next 20 bytes of the BE file that contain the only basic information about file layout. So the above highlight part, image signature, it's all of them. So this is basically the structure of BE file. Basically, when we open it on specific programs, we'll be able to look at those parts and can give us easy hint is this executable file, where it start and where it's gonna go. As again, if you still doubt about this part or this lesson, just repeat it over and over again. And then when we do some practice, you will remember everything we said here. So you will have a complete and enough picture. So that's all about BE header. See you again with more lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson, we're just gonna see what is the malware analysis. What is the definition of malware analysis? And we've been talking about malware analysis and taking some essential information, essential introductions. But here it's time to talk about malware analysis, the procedure or the process of malware analysis. So malware analysis is the process of examining and checking the malicious software or malware to understand how it works and what is the capability are, what its capability, and how to defend against it. Malware is any software that is designed to cause a harm to computer, network, or user, including viruses, worm, Trojan, ransomware, and spyware. Again, so there are a lot of defender. You have antivirus. Sometime when your antivirus catch the malware, it will be destroyed, right? However, if the malware there and then you find out and the antivirus couldn't find it, it's not a good idea just to get rid of it. It's good idea to see it, analyze it, see how its behavior, because you want to develop better defending techniques. Just like when two armies or two countries, they are in the war. So and then one of the army find spying there, so they don't kill it right away. They go and get information from it, what the information this spy has, and what type of connection, why he's there or she's there. So it's useful information, so you can build better defending techniques. And the goal of the malware analysis is to identify the behavior, just like we said, and characteristics of the malware, so that the effective countermeasures can be developed to mitigate its impact. This involves both static and dynamic analysis technique. So basically, static and dynamic analysis techniques is the method can be used to analyze the malware. We will go through each one of them, explain each one of them, and later we will practice both of them. So again, malware analysis is a process of studying the behavior of the malware, and the idea of the malware analysis behind the malware analysis is just to develop better defending techniques. So we will understand what is our weakness and how this malware went through our control system, why they couldn't get it, antivirus why couldn't get it. So then we can develop better defending techniques. This is the definition of the malware analysis and the goal behind the malware analysis. So in the next lesson, we will talk about more about the methods of doing a malware analysis, and we just mentioned for them there are two methods: static and dynamic methods or analysis methods. So see you then on those methods. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson, we're just gonna look at two types, or the two methods can be used to do malware analysis. So in general, there are two types: static malware analysis and dynamic malware analysis. So we will look at both methods and we try to practice both of them, and we will go through each one of them. So first, let's start with the static analysis. So static analysis is a process analyzing the malware binary, but without executing it. So without run it, without executing, you just go and do statically analysis, open the file, read the headers and much information. So the objective is to extract useful information from the malware. This will help us get an idea of the type of the malware and what is the malware can do. This information is useful for future analysis, as it will allow us to efficiently analyze the sample going forward. So what we can do with malware analysis, with the static malware analysis, we can identify the file type, target operating system, the architecture, and the format, exe, and much more. And then we can identify the malware, generate hash of the malware. This will give the malware unique identifier, using the hash to see if anyone else has analyzed the malware. Strings can give us idea of what malware can do. Basically, the functions can be used by the malware or the code. So most of the professional developer of the malware, they do backing and try to hide the information. So there are like obfuscation or backing are technique used to prevent detection. So in malware analysis, we'll be do unbacking. So we will open it, so can reveal additional information. The BE header reveal a lot of information on the malware functionality. So again, we go statically, step by step, as we're gonna see in this course, to reveal and get a lot of information about the malware using a static method. And the main idea of static method is do analysis without run the malware. While dynamic, no, you need to run the malware, as we're gonna see together. That's all, and see you again with the other method, which is the dynamic malware analysis. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson, we will start talking about the other methods of doing malware analysis, which is dynamic malware analysis. It's more advanced. It's most of the companies using it nowadays, faster. So dynamic malware analysis technique used to analyze and understand the behavior of the malicious software or the malware in a control environment. So they take the malware and make it run in a control environment like sandbox, virtual environment, and much more. So after making the virus or the malware is running, they will see the behavior, how it works, and what type of system what part of system are interacting with this malware. Is this malware initiate connection with the outside or not? And much more information we can get from the dynamic malware analysis. So again, the goal of the malware analysis is to identify the malware functionality, such as what is system resources it's been accessed by the malware, what files it creates or modifies, and what is the network connection established. This information can help security analysis to determine the malware purpose, how it spreads, and what kind of damage it can cause. During this analysis, or during this method or this approach, a lot of tools can be used to monitor the behavior of the malware, including system monitoring tools, network monitoring tools, behavior analysis tools. These tools can help detect any malicious activity or communication with command and control server, and provide a detailed log of the malicious or the malware behavior. So in other words, in the malware, we will in the dynamic malware analysis, we will let the malware work and see how it works and see how it can damage the system and everything related to it. What part of system, what communication, what programs, what file, everything, and then we conclude the picture, the idea, the behavior of the malware, so we can do better defending technique. So this is in short what is dynamic malware analysis. So we saw what is the static analysis, and then what is the dynamic analysis, and in future lessons we will practice both of them, so we have complete picture about each one of them. So that's all for this lesson, and see you again with more lessons. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will look at the phases of the static analysis and the steps that we need to take when we do static analysis, and what kind of indicators we can see. So the first step we need before we do static analysis for the malware, we have to check if it's our antivirus can detect and get the malware or the virus. Then we don't have to do the malware analysis, because the virus is well known and the antivirus is get it, so we don't have to waste time about something it's already known. However, if it does not detected by the antivirus sorry, the antivirus, here we need to start thinking of doing analysis. So there are a tool or website, it's called VirusTotal. We can submit the virus there, because maybe our virus did not detect it, but there is another virus, like our antivirus did not detect this malware, but there are also another companies there is another branches or another brand of antiviruses. So the VirusTotal will tell you how many antivirus can detect this virus and give you a percentage. So that means it can be get by another. So the question is, if our antivirus did not get the virus or did not detect the virus, so should we go buy every antivirus? The answer is not, because that's not going to be possible. So what we're going to do, we need to do analysis. So the best thing we do, we have to submit the virus to the VirusTotal and see how many antivirus can detect it. If not, then it's interesting to do more analysis and share it with the community of VirusTotal. So VirusTotal is a website, www.virustotal.com. So you can submit any virus or virus hashes, so we can see the statistic if it can be detected by others or not. So the question here, should we submit the file itself or not? The question is no. The answer is no, sorry, because submitting the file itself, and maybe this file has some sensitive information about our company or organization, so we don't want to submit the file. So what the The alternative is to submit the hash of the file, to the virus total, instead of submitting the virus itself. So how we get the hash? We can use a tool called hash calc. We will see this when we do a static analysis practice. So hash calc will help us to get hashes of the virus, and then we can submit it to the virus total. Next step is we need to identify the file type. It is very important for identifying the file type, because when we identify the file type, we will have an idea about which operating system this virus or this malware is targeting. And we know there are some magic numbers in the hex files of the malware, so we can get idea about the file type. So how to get the file type? There is a tool called hex editor or XD, and this tool also we're gonna use it. It can tell us the type of the file according to the file signature or the hex file. Also, there is another tool, it's called exe info, and this tool can tell us is it the file is executable exe or not. So here we can get enough information about the file. So knowing the type of the file is a halfway of knowing the behavior or the operating system is being targeted by the malware. So first we need to check if our antivirus detects the malware, so we don't have to do analysis. If not, we have to submit the hash of the file to the virus total, and then after that we have to look for the type of the malware, type of file, by using the HXD, the hex editor, and using exe info. Later we have to check the backer. So we know so a lot of hackers, they compress the binary file. So when they compress it, they make it smaller, and maybe they make it look different shape. So we need to unpack it. What tool we can use, because sometimes when compressing it's not going to be easy to get enough information. Maybe it's encrypted or something like that. So we have to unpack it. So which tool we can use to unpack it? We can use this tool for unpack, or UBX tool. UBX is can be used in Windows. This is the ubx.exe. We can use this tool, and also the exe info file will tell you if the file is backed or not. If it's backed, will tell you what type of backed and which program is being used. This is two programs can help us to unpack the malware. And the other step is extracting string. So extracting string is very helpful step for doing static analysis. When we get string, we will be able to see the functions and libraries including in this malware. So we will have hint about the intent of the malware. Which tool can be used to extract the string? There are a lot of tools. One of them is called bin text tool. Bin text, bin and then text. So the last step, we need to do the BE file analysis. So from the BE file analysis, we can get a lot of information. What we're gonna do from the BE file analysis, we will first look at the time, date, stamp. So when this virus is being done and created, number of sections. If it's from 1 to 6, it will be normal. Greater than 10 will be something not normal, suspicious file. Characteristics, resources. We're gonna look at it. Where it has the resources like icon, image, and so on. Resources sizes, if there are sizes 30% or more, it will be suspicious, and much more. So which tool can be used to do the BE analysis? This tool called BE Studio. It will help us to analyze the BE file. So those we can say the phases or the steps that need to be taken to do static analysis. We will see those steps in practice, and the idea will be clear, and hopefully we'll get enough information about static analysis, and using different kind of tools will help you master static analysis for malware static analysis. So that's all for this session, and see you again with more session. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will start practicing malware analysis, particularly the static malware analysis. So in the previous lessons we just went through the phases of malware analysis, but this time we will go in practice. So we will go, each lesson will make it one by one, so to make it easy. So let's assume that our antivirus did not get or detect the virus. So the virus went there and in the system, and this is the sample of virus. So I will just go extract it. So say extract all, and then I will just put it here on desktop, and then extract. So the password for all the type infected. So we just put infected. And here is the virus. So now what we do, say threat found. So I supposed to turn off the defender. Forget about that. So there is always keep in your mind, that you don't need internet connection here. Just I already disconnected. So you just need I don't want to do that, so I'll just turn off the firewall and network protection. Just let me make sure this is off. Perfect. This is off. Okay, so let's make sure from the defender it's off, so we don't want to distribute our okay. So let's just continue, and then oh, it's being detected. So let's go here and extract it again. So if you have this situation, your antivirus or protection system detect the virus, you don't have to do any action there, because you don't have wasting time analyzing something that is already well known, right? Let's just see. Okay, and let's see if the virus, no, the virus is not there. Let's just extract it again. I just want to make sure the defender manage setting. I want to turn off this one. Okay, make sure you turn it off. Just put it here. Now let's go turn on. Okay, I don't want to do it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and extract it here. And let's say let's put it on desktop. Okay, so let's put it here and let's just open it. The virus is here. So again, we don't want to go and submit the file, we just want to submit the hash of it. So let's just put it here. So now we get the hash of this virus, and then we can copy this one and we go to virus total. So virus total in the host system. Okay, so you cannot copy it from here to here because I make completely separation. So how we gonna copy this one? I don't want to turn on the, I don't want to write it hand by hand, like by my hand. So just copy this one. Okay, so let's just do it manually. 3C 4D E. Three C 4D E 20E 20E 46 641 46 41 46 BC 46 BEC 46 BEC 8 400, so 8444, and then 7186 7186, and then 7BD 7BD, and then 1628 1628. So I just write it by my hand, just, and then search for it, and then you can see security vendor and 2 sandbox flagged for malicious, so it's been infected, and there are 60%, 63 out of 68 can find as a commodity score, 63 out of 68. So this is we can say that all of those can find out, all of those companies can find out this virus. It's not something, here we have those undetected malware bytes, Zunar, this 2 companies, they couldn't detect it, and the rest has no issue. So this is the first step of because we know this well-known virus, right? But we just get the idea about who detected who not. This is the first step of static analysis. Submit the hash to the virus total, and again, I just want to make sure, please don't turn the internet here, turn off the antivirus, make everything safe when you're running the static analysis. So I will end this lesson here, where we can submit the hash. Phase 1, submit the hash to virus total, and then the next lesson we will talk about the second step. That's all. Thank you for watching. Hello. After we finish the first step by submitting the hash of the virus using hashcalc, and now we will do, like, the steps. First, if the virus being detected by our antivirus, we don't need to do an action. Second step, it's not detected, we submit it to the virus total to see which other antivirus find out if this or detect this virus, and then we don't submit the file itself, because on the virus total there is an option to submit not search here the file. You can choose the file and submit it from here. So we don't want to do that because we don't want to leak our privacy. Maybe this file contain information about the organization and so on. So second step, this is the second step. Third step, we want to identify the file system, the file type, and that will tell us a lot about the file and which operating system is targeting. So you can see this one is not well known. We cannot, like if we right click and click properties, it's hard to tell is it executable or not. General information. This file came from another computer, may be blocked to help protect the computer. So what we're gonna do now, we will try to find the type of this file. So there are two tools, HXD, this tool, and also the what we call it, the exe info. So now we just click and drag it down, and then we can see is it executable according to this magic number for D5A, and this is the MZ. Is it executable? This is the DOS section. You remember we talked about DOS sections, right? And then here this program cannot be run on DOS, and here good information about this virus. You could tell right away it is executable file right away from the first two numbers, the magic number, and from the hexa value, sorry, the ASCII value here. Okay, and then there are image and much information. We will see them later. So the first tool we use, HXD, and it tells us it's executable from the magic number plus the this ASCII code here. So let's close this one and let's go to open the exe info. Where is the exe info? We downloaded this one last time. So exe info, and let's run it here. So what I'm gonna do, I will do the same step, just click and drag it here. So we can tell yes, DLL is executable file, and it's for Windows C and for Windows, so it helps us a lot. But this file is not backed. So if it's backed, we could use a tool to unpack it, but now it's not backed. Okay, and now with good information, we could see the EV section, the information subsystem, the Windows graphic user interface. So this is targeting Windows, and here if you want to scan more, nothing found. So here basically this is executable file, and it's targeting Windows, and the file size, this is the file size, link info, and all this information, the overlay. Okay, so this is a good information. So this is the third step for identifying the file system or the file type, which help us to know the target operating system, which is now we can tell is Windows. So that's all for this, and let's continue talking more about other phases or other steps of doing malware and static malware analysis. Thank you for watching. There we go. So in this lesson we will continue the other step of doing the static malware analysis, and this step we will do the extracting string, and a lot of tool can be used, and we said it's very useful to extract string because it will tell us the functions and libraries can be used, and this will help us a lot to understand what's going on in terms of the intent of the malware. So in the last lesson what we did, we identified the file type by using HDX tool, like this tool. We were able to identify, so I'm just going to minimize it here. So I'm just going to repeat this one. So this is the virus here. We're just going to drag it. So sorry, just going to take it from here. like this and put it here, it will, we will, sorry, okay, again we need to turn off the Defender. Every time I turn on Windows, the Defender system is those security, we need to go turn it off. So I know, so what we need to do, we need to go here and then let's go manage setting and the real-time protection, just turn it off. Okay, so we're gonna minimize this one now because the virus basically now it's been detected. So again, we don't want that to be happen. So I'm just gonna take it again from here, from the download folder. This is sample of the virus. So we're gonna right click here and extract it. So extract all, and then I will put it on desktop. Okay, and then the password for all the virus sample infected. Okay, so here we go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go this one. This is the virus here. I'm just gonna open this one and drag it here. So we'll be able to tell is this executable from this one. Okay, and list of, like, this is signature, file signature is very important, and the list of file signature, you can find it from Wikipedia. I'm going here to put the list of file signature. It's very important if you want here on the Wikipedia, and then here goes all the list of the file based on their hex value, and then we know that this value, this one that we find it here, 40D58 plus this one, this was executable for Windows. However, here in Expedia, Wikipedia, sorry, will tell you more about different type of signature, different file signature, binary, all those types is based on their hex value, the signature. Okay, if you're interested, so this is GPG file. Okay, this is start with FFDA. Okay, it will be helpful if you like to learn more. So we know this one is not executable from this signature and from this one. So if you wanna, for example, let me just show you something here. Hopefully it will make it clear. So let's just find snipping tool. I'm just gonna make a picture. Okay, just gonna make small picture here. Okay, and I will be let's just save it. Save it here on the desktop, and we can, if we take this file and to the same program, it will tell you the signature of it. So here 8950, it says BNG file, which is, this is the signature, right? So if we go to the file list signature and look for PNG, is this PNG somewhere here? PNG, PNG, let's save it as .gbg and let's see what's the file of it. So again, I want to do it again. Let's just show you, like, just proof point, right? I just want to prove the point for you that each file has a signature, and that should be useful for you as an analysis to look. So let's do, and let's choose GBG, not Jeff, GBG, and let's put it on desktop. Okay, and then let's just open hex editor. So you can see this is the value. Okay, if we go here, gbg here, we can see this value, it's there here, ffda ff. This is signature of each file. Okay, the first line always is signature, if it's executable, if it's image or something like this. So if you have something like this, you don't be worried, that means it's image, is not harmful file. So now let's talk about extracting string from a file. So extracting string, we're going to use the tool that we downloaded, the bin text, this tool, and let's run the bin text. So this tool, it's running right now. I'm just gonna take it here and put it here. Let's see what we can kind of take. So we can see, we get here, this is the relocation register, and let's see if we can extract some important. This is .data, this is .text, this is the sections. This program cannot be run on MS-DOS. It's fine. Let's go extract more important information about you can see there is something look like is a port number here. Here we can see useful and install string, display name, software WinRAR. That's a lot of easy information. Kernel 32. Okay, this is good. That's we can say which library is interacting with this malware, and also now it's getting hint about the malware, what is doing according to the libraries it's been using, right? And we discussed those libraries, each one what is do. Okay, and then free and see, it's the good thing with this malware is not encrypted. Otherwise, if it's packed, we have to unpack it, right? So all this information, it's great information. Now we could tell what is the virus, what is according to the library it's being used. It's very useful. Remove a directory, server type. It's very clear. Now we extract a lot of useful information, and here an encrypted password. So we could say it's now start using like this is the protocol it's being used, and then we can tell it's from here. It's very clear. This is targeting the password, username and password. Try to steal the username and password, or harvesting. And here we could say email password, live mail. It's very clear now what is targeting for the email addresses, the username and password. Here is password. So we can tell this is what virus, and this is basically all viruses. Maybe try to use them. List of all viruses, hashed random generated passwords. Okay, it's been used. Try to crack the password. Basically, this is now we can tell what is this virus it's being used, and very useful by just extracting some string using bin text. Okay, so let's continue our static analysis using more features for the next lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome again. So in this lesson we will talk about the BE file analysis. So far until this phase we concluded this is executable file, and this file is targeting Windows, and it's basically cracking username and passwords, and according to extracting string, and much more. So here, let's just open the BE Studio so we can see much information about this file. So here it says drag the file to analyze it. So we will drag our virus here. It takes some time. No, it's not that much. So we could tell from the beginning the same information we get it. And so for D5A, it's MZ is executable. The file size, this one here, and this is the hashes here, MD5, SHA-1, SHA-256. And file type using dynamic library, DDLL. It's basically executable for Windows. Windows has 2, CPU is 32-bit, and the subsystem is a graphic user interface. Compile stamp, this is when they make it. You remember we said we're going to look at date and time. It's Monday, October 17, 2016. And then the file name, it's unknown. So you can look here, indicator, the string URL. You can see all of this extension for libraries being used, library flag, library flag, library flag, and this is the file size, and this the security protection, data execution, prevention, off, and graphic user interface, group API, security desktop, and much more information. So if you go to DOS header, this is what the DOS header do. Sub DOS, this is basically it tell you this program cannot be run on MS-DOS. And here you can see the file header, dynamic library, 32-bit word support, system image false, and then general compiler stamp. This is again the date, time it's been done, and size of option header, and then the signature BE. This is the signature file, and until machine. Sections has 4 sections, and also you can see the optional. This is all sections of the BE file, okay, and then you can see much information here. File checksum. Basically everything you need. You are analyzing the virus here and all the information. Windows version value, and image version, OS version, it's Windows NT. It's very old, right? So see the directories, and then also the sections. This is the 4 sections, the headers, and also the values, the characteristics of the file, executable, here writable, here they can write on this location, and libraries flagged. Those are all the libraries. It's Windows socket. That's been, it's basically it's for sending connection, and environmental library, Microsoft all Windows, multi-user API, advanced internet extension, shell light. This is the libraries. Using this suite, according to this libraries, you can tell what's going on and what this virus is going on. If you see the functions, you will understand very easy. And this is much more, and there is also string. If you look and more information, I know it's very simple malware, and unpack it, it's very easy to extract, but here we know this course is absolute beginners, and we learn a lot, and start from scratch is a good idea to know everything you need to know. So this is the last step. Basically, we know the characteristics, number of sections, date and time, stamp. If you remember when we talked about things that you need to look for when you're analyzing the BE file. So time and date stamp, number of sections, characteristics, resources size, and this is all things that you need to see, and using a BE Studio. So hopefully the information here is clear, and you understand how to analyze the virus malware statically, and that's all you need to know. See you again with more lessons about malware analysis. Thank you for watching. Hello. So in this lesson, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do a scenario that creating a malware using Kali Linux basically is to do reverse shell. We already created, but I will show you how you need to do it. So, and then let's deliver it to Windows. So let's open the terminal first, sudo su, and then Kali. This is you don't have to worry about those. So, and then here I'm creating so let's use this port number. I'm creating a virus for Windows, and this virus is doing reverse shell. So initiate a connection. When the user click on it, it will initiate a connection from the Windows toward the Kali Linux using TCP, reverse TCP. So we created this one, and this it's been created, and now it's been done. So if we open the file system, we will be able to see it. This one here, this is executable file, and this is a malware. So I'm just gonna rename it XYZ. Just make it simple. I will take it to the server of Kali Linux. I'm gonna open the file system, and then we will go to var, and then www, HTML, and then I'm just gonna paste it here. Okay, this is, don't worry about those steps, just creating a virus. So here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn on the service, the Apache server, service Apache 2 start. Okay, again, if the IP address of Kali, if config is 192.168.86.128. So let's go to Windows, and let's just turn setting. Just gonna turn on the connection for a second. Internet and connection advanced. I'm just gonna enable it, and here what we're gonna do, we will go to the browser, open the browser, and here we will write the IP address, the IP address of Kali, and then here I'm gonna say xyz xyz.exe. it's very clear. Here we download it. I know it's let's keep it anyway. Okay, and let's make sure you turn off the Windows Defender, Windows Security, and this is off. I'm just gonna go setting and end the connection. Setting, and I cut the internet connection, and then advanced, disable. Okay, perfect. So now we don't have internet connection, so we know that we just go to new virus. It's assumed that it's not being detected by our antivirus. So we need to go and submit it. So what we do, we submit the hashes of it to the virus total. So we follow the same steps. So the first step we're gonna do is just open the hash calc, and then just drag, what is the hash calc, and then drag it here. So here this one, the hash value, and then we go to virus total, and then search for it. It's not gonna be okay, so let's just put it manually, because I cut all the, so 057 FE, we just put 057 FE, 057 FE, and then again 057 FE 98B07, 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 370, 370, sorry, so and then 370 EFD4, EFD4, EFD4 992C, 992C. This is the hash value, and let's continue. 992C 8017, 8017, 8017, 8D14, 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 A81, A81, and then click enter. So let's search for virus total. So I think we missed the number, so okay, so this is the hash value. I'm sure it will be catched by the total virus, but because I completely can't just copy this one, otherwise it will be very easy. So 057 FE 98, 057 FE 98. So let's just do it again. 057 FE 057 FE 98B, FE 98B, 0737, 0737, 0737, 0EFD, 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 4992, 4992, 4992, C801, 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 78D1, 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 4A81, 4A81. Let's try do it again. No match found. Alternative, do you want to locate your threat based on static or dynamic? Okay, it looked like then this is a new virus, so we need to upload the file itself. So let me try to copy the file from Linux to Windows. Just I know Windows will gonna catch it, my home, but just try to file system, var www HTML. Just gonna copy this one. Hopefully I put it on the desktop here. Not now. Problem the antivirus of the I don't want to turn off the we will go do the, because we need to upload the file to so let's just turn on the connection here, setting, and let's upload the file from here to VirusTotal. It's better. So let's just open the internet here and write VirusTotal and this one is here. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna upload the file instead of writing the hash value, because sometimes we need to upload the file itself, but because it's a new one, so let's just go for downloads and let's upload this one. See, it's been detected with 33, 45 out of 66, 51 out of 66, and but it's still undetected by a lot. Okay, and we could see this is another way of uploading the file, and this is the hash value of it. If you okay, so it's detected by some but undetected by a lot. However, so I'm just gonna close this one just to show you, because still this is necessary to go to VirusTotal. Just gonna turn off the internet here, because a lot of tools maybe is not gonna work. Okay, so the next step, what we're gonna do, we're just gonna do them fast. We're gonna open the hex editor, identify the file name. So we're just gonna go ahead and open the download and drag the folder here. So we could see it's executable file, okay, from this magic number, magic value, and also we can go ahead and open the exe info, and then we can also drag it to exe info, and we get some information about the file. So let me just close this one, and let's go to download, and let's just get this one and put it here, and we can see it's unpacked, and we can see it's graphic user interface windows. Okay, and then it could see here it's using protocol HTTP, which is basically we are using reverse HTTP. This one, it's some information. It's already unpacked. So now if we go to using bit text, sorry. So to extract some string from this file, and it's very helpful. Here we can see it's everything clear, right? So we can see some string here. This program does not run. Text data. This is the resources, and let's just go down to see BC type and copy. Okay, and this one is for a connection. This is another library, is very important. And then let's look for more information here from this string. Right, read. Here we can say socks. That's mean using connection is gonna use the networking. Basically, it's gonna reverse connection. So we can say it's basically initiate a connection. Let's look if there is something inside it more. Another evidence. Here is it using HTTP protocol. Here is it HTTP. Connection keeping alive. Accepted. User agent Apache. Yes, we are downloaded by Apache. And also, so warning, this medium, and taking, I'm looking for socket receive buffer. So this is enough information to tell, okay, it's initiate a connection from our device. Response. HTTP. Here you could see there is some information like IP addresses information here. Protocols. So you can, it's very easy now. We can tell it just initiate a connection using some well-known library for that, and use socket and HTTP protocol and this library for initiate connection, and using protocol and IP addresses and those libraries. It's more than enough evidence to tell what is. We know what is it for. It's a reverse connection, TCP reverse connection, HTTP protocol, and this is the Apache server. Yes, and we did Apache, and we downloaded by this one. So that's enough about extracting string. And now let's run the BE Studio and let's see what else information we can get. So let's just run the BE Studio and let's get let's just open it. It's on the download, and let's just here we go. So now we could see we look for the date and time stamped. So this is enough to say it's executable file, and this is the size of it. And Apache Bench executable 32-bit Windows, and let's look when it's created, time stamped, Windows, socket library. Okay, socket it's used for communication, for networking, and where it's located, the memory, API, network security, and there's some step. This program cannot run on MS-DOS. Here we can get another information about it. So here we just created, right? This is one. It's this the virus. It's been like it's the type of the virus, and the tool is designed in 2009, the signature of it, and this is string. So this is another scenario of creating, and you can see from those, it's enough evidence, those libraries, enough evidence that's what is used for. Basically is to initiate a connection, establish a connection from Windows to Kali Linux device. That's all, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So there are a lot of tools available for doing dynamic malware analysis. So basically you open the malware and let it run on environment, and then after that you analyze it. So in this lesson we will do demo, and there are a lot of tools. Any.ron is very amazing one, but it doesn't give you much options for the free account, and even when you want to create a free account, you must have a business domain. It doesn't take the public domain. And then you go here and add task, and it is very useful and very strong, but quite expensive for the plans. Also we have another tool. This is TryAge. We will use it today, and this one, and those all of tools. So we're gonna use this one for now. So basically what you're gonna do, you browse the virus, okay, and then for example let's take this one, and then you submit it, and then what you do, you choose the environment. So you want to choose, okay, Android. You want to choose so score 3 out of 10, file 3, and then tell.dll, and let's choose Windows for example, and then here you click on analyze, and then you start a loading monitor. So what you do, you can see like this is the computer, right? And basically what we do, we run the virus inside the sandbox, and we are let it work and done. So here this is basically look like this is a computer, so the virus will be done. And what we're gonna do, we see the behavior of the virus and see report after that. So as you can see, it's just like a computer, but basically it's a sandbox. So I'm just gonna terminate it, and I can go back to the tool, and then I can see report about this virus, like dynamic analysis. It's just amazing tool. It just run, you don't have to go step by step like what we did with the static analysis, but here we did dynamically. We just run a sandbox online, virtual, and then let the virus go there after we submit it. And then now I'm just shutting down everything, and just try to get back to see the report coming after we analyze and we submit the file for doing dynamic analysis. It just taken quite time because it's slow for online service. And then after that we will see the result. It will give us a lot of details about the virus, the family, basically everything we saw on the static, we can see them here. So here it says this task is reported. You could go and see the report, select live, this is called live monitor, select an active session, interact with, open the report and complete analysis. If you click here for example, but if you want to see the report, just click on report. So you can see the score is 10, and it's a pony, and this is the size of the file, this is the SHA. So it says malware configure, this signature, Punny is a remote access Trojan application that steals information, data by FTP client, spyware, and here you could see it's a Windows 32, the process that running in this malware, or the libraries that used by this malware, those of the libraries. And you can see this information. So and then check install spyware recovery. So and all this information about the file itself, the malware, and then you see everything regarding to this and so on. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna see more clear things with the let me just go back here. This is machine shut down. There is errors because we closed the machine, right? So let's see the network, what's happening with the network. Yeah, so local address, this is the what happening here, and this device is on. So let's go back to the report. If you want to resubmit it, you can resubmit it, and analysis the kernel, maximum time performing on Windows, resources, Apache, and all of those information. So what I will see more. So if you want to see, click on the static here. You can see the target size, signature, file.dll, and Windows, and the files is so what we will do, we will go and so of course this is free, doesn't give you much information like when you have. So this is the virus that we submitted here, okay, and I submitted this one before. So the pony, that's the name of it, and this is all information about it and what it do basically. Stored by FTP client, try to access configuration file associated with the program like FileZilla. Pony is a remote access Trojan application, and check installed and discovery behavior one. You could see, and you could see the process that running within this virus, okay, and this is the process IDs and so on. So what also, let's just go back here. You could download sample of the report, download sample from here, okay, and then you can see and also I just want to show you the other report. We go to report, or you can submit something new. So here I'm just gonna start again submitting something new. So I will submit this one. We created, this is the, remember the backdoor, okay, and then you click analyze. So remember the backdoor, the one that we created on Kali Linux for static analysis, just to show you how it works. So now we can analyze it, this one. It's now start running, and we are analyzing it dynamically. So here you can see the session length. You can task, you want to see the behavioral one, and let's take time and see what's going on, what they will do. This is mouse simulation. Again, if you want to go to the full screen, you could go to the full screen. This is device, okay, and you want to terminate this task, you could just terminate it. Again, this is like the tool that available online for training purpose, but again, if you upgrade it, You will get a professional version and paid version. You will get a lot of information, a lot of details for all viruses, and you will get exactly what each virus will do. Again, this virus will be clear because we made it as a backdoor virus. We call it XYZ to do reverse shell connection from Windows toward Kali. So I took this virus and I submitted to analyze it dynamically without doing anything else, and then after that we could see the result. So let's terminate it, this task, and then we can go to the reports. Okay, so this one is still running. So let's go to the report and I show you what I will get here. So 10 is being reported. You can see it says Metasploit because we use the tool, and this is the name. Okay, this is the size, this is the sample of it, and this is the family. It's called Metasploitable, version Windows Reverse TCP, if you remember, and even the IP address and the port number now is clear. We can see it, right? But before we were not able to see it static very clearly, this information. And the score 10 out of 10, Metasploit, target, and then we could see it's Trojan, behavior 1, Metasploit by backdoor, behavior 1, and this is the information. So you could get a download sample or resubmit it or print a PDF, and then you could print the report, the PDF, and it would tell you, okay, this is backdoor, and give you the IP address and much. So again, if you have more viruses, you can basically submit them here to analyze them dynamically without. So here you can see this one, it's give you information basically is regarding to Windows and the static. Okay, and then if you upgrade it here, you will have more information about the virus. So this is basically example of doing malware analysis, and again, those tool is useful tool for doing dynamic malware analysis. This one is also can be used. So here you can choose the file, and let's choose this one again, and then choose analysis system. So let's choose, you could choose Windows. Okay, and then you see live interaction. Accept and analyze with, so we need to, okay, yes, we need, and then here you could put the runtime 30 seconds until to 500 seconds, and then you can run it. So I don't know if we need, yeah, we need to register or login to be able to use. So here you can use Windows, Mac OS, Android, Linux, the malware analysis. It's a great tool too. And then you need to register here, username, company website, whatever, password. So your input will be used to prove your account, and then after a login you can use it. So let me just pause it here. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson we will continue with dynamic analysis. So here there is also another online service and teaser. So give you a free for 14 days, and then you have to go for pricing, and then you can do a lot of things with it. So let's just try. So either they have response, thread, and much more. So here it says, okay, let's just get a file and try to analyze it here. It says analysis might take a minute. So here it could say a pony, it's a malware, this is the name, and still dynamic execution, still connection, but we can see getting a result. It's a malicious library, and it get 31 strings, code genesis, and much more. And then also this is the dynamic execution, right? And here, if you want to go to static extraction, you can do that too. And then indicator of compromise, the behavior, detect and hunt is still not there. So let's see what's happening. It's the memory. So I think it's done now, and then I could tell you it's a pony. This is a virus well known, and a related sample. It's something similar to it. You could see and you see the report, something similar to this virus, which is something easy, something new. And then this is the summary about it. Okay, and here the size, here the SHA, here's 69 detection on total virus. Okay, and you could see if we can get more information. You want to extend it, you want to see the behavior, which process tree. This is the library. So network, no network activity, surface activity, no surface. File, it's done like this and written like this. This read and write the files. That the indicator of compromise. This is the path, main type, malicious pony, and this is much more information. Again, if you want to look for this is like a static extraction. You can see the analysis might take a minute. It basically I know it's simple, we did it statically, but now you can see the strings also here. Malicious. So you can see a lot of details about the virus, like they run automatically and dynamically. They get the result for you. We will run another scan for the backdoor and see what the result we will get. And they have like related samples. That's another nice thing here. So that's something they have it here. So you can see there's another virus, and you can see the report about this one, for example, and see the related sample. Okay, and you can see something like we didn't see it before with other tools. So Malicious, this is the main family, it's called Pony. So what I will do, we'll go home now. We did do, so let's just this is the scans that we did it now. So let's choose a new file. So I'm gonna choose the backdoor that we generated in Kali Linux, and let's see what we can get. To tell you, it's malware. Okay, malicious. Next one, Apache Software Foundation library, Apache file type SHA. So in total virus total report 55 out of 70 detection. So not the antivirus, not all the antivirus is detecting it. So let's see what this now is still running, right? Dynamic still running, and later we'll see the behavior indicator of compromise and much details about it. You can see it's Metasploit, which is basically the MSVNM, the tool that is generate this one. Okay, and also the code. You can see the related samples. Okay. Let's see if we get more information about it. This is Metasploit capabilities. Yeah, it's very basic and simple malware, right? That's why we didn't get much information about it. So indicator of compromise, behavior. This is the behavior if you want to run it live and see. You can see there is IP address and there is a port number. Yes, there is a network activity, while the other virus there is no network activity. And let's see this one. Medium, the severity is a medium. It's not something no big deal. Okay, so this is another way of doing so you go scan, and then you can scan any file or any, so you could do memory dump, you could do URL if you have a URL, you could do endpoints, you could do memory dump. Okay, so let's see if we have a URL here. See if we have a URL here. We don't have, no, we don't have URL here. Okay, so history, this is what we did, this one and this one. Okay, it's a bunny, native Windows, and file platform. So this one is the time of creating this one, which is, yes, we created on May because we created on Cal Linux, and this one it's old. Okay, and then here this time range for the file analysis, ABI, sorry, we don't want to, integration, so scan, and home, we did the 3 scans, and you can see we have 2, one is bunny, one undefined family. Okay, so this is basically the dynamic malware analysis, the information you can let the virus run on the system, and you get a result, and you get the signature of the virus, and you understand what kind of surface, network, file system that interacting with the virus, as we saw. So if you look at in our scan here, history, you can see, for example, this one, it says, okay, this is the summary. Okay, the family is unknown, and you can see product, Apache, the Windows, file type, and here it will, if you want to see indicator of compromise or behavior, you could go what's happening here. You could see there is network activity. Basically it will, that's mean this virus, it will make a connection if it's work. Just detect and hunt. Okay, and while this is general analysis, so I go for history, while the funny one, this one, okay, this one is different, because if you go to behavior, it tell you, okay, there is a process 3, it's working on those, but network activity, yes, there is also network activity on this one, and actually it has more activity on the system. Compare even the registry activity, they have written on the registry, and you could see a lot of things here, right? While the other one, no, it's only network. Okay, and that's just a basic behavior. Detect and hunt, and that's it. So you want to extend it, you want to download it, extract rules and generic, and then this is the malicious family. It's funny, while the other one, let's go to the history, it doesn't have a family. We created on Kali Linux, and let's say what says the family here doesn't say any family, because the other one is well known. This one we created and doesn't have like specific family, it's unknown, basically malicious library, and that's it. It's unknown, unique. Yeah. So yes, that's another dynamic analysis. Hopefully you like it. See you again with more lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson, what we're gonna do, we will download a tool for Kali Linux for doing malware analysis. So let's just write malware here on, let's go GitHub first, and then in GitHub write malware and analysis tool, and then we'll show you which one. This tool here, it's all-in-one malware analysis, and you just go to the code. This is the tool name, quick scope, go code, and then copy this one, and let's go to the terminal, sudo su Kali, and then let's go to download, and then here we write git clone, and then paste the URL, and then click enter. So now you will download this tool for doing dynamic analysis. Here we go. So now let's list the files here. We could see it. This is the tool here. Okay, so let's go inside it, cd, okay, and then now let's list the file what is inside there. We can see we have python.py and setup.sh. Now we write bash setup.sh, click enter. So you're installing the models for Python now. It doesn't show you this one because I already installed it before. So here it just yes, so just follow those steps, because I used to have it in the system, so I deleted and do it again. So now let's clear everything, and let's list the file, and we could see here. So what we need, so the python.py is not executable, so we write chmod plus x, and then python.py. Here we go. So now so what I'm gonna do, I already have a malware here on the file, the var, just to show you how it works. we're gonna copy it and then put it here just to make sure. Let's go to download and put it inside this one. Just okay, you have no permission here to paste it, so let's just change the permission of this directory. So let's go to the terminal, sudo su kali, and then here we can chmod 777, and then here. So here now we go again and open the folder and then go to file system, var www html, and just copy this executable file, and then go to download and just you can put it, leave it in the same place, but just put it here. I wanna just to prove point, just to run it. So here if I list the file, so we can see the Python changed to green. So let's write Python file and then the name of the malware and analyze. Here we go. So we get a lot of results. Amazing and fast. You can see it's in such amazing analysis. Basically static analysis. Everything we did statically, we can get it here. So downloading free, whatever. So here analyzing target operating system is Windows, function string, and this is the addresses. Read, write, and see the networking. Connect with the addresses and about the process, which process is being used, and the memory management, del libraries, and warning, evasion, bypassing, single object, function or string, okay, information gathering, and this is the library link that I used here. And here the socket, network, possible, it says possible, but it's not. So here the MD5, yeah, evasion, bypassing, file 11, networking, web, process, memory management 5, and then other unknown persistent. So you can see here. So this tool can be used to do dynamic analysis for Kali Linux. It's all in one. It's a nice tool, but again, if you want to need help about this tool, you can use the help button so to see more about how to use it. So and then let's just put H here. So here this one, I tell you, okay, the help file, specify the scan analyze file folder, specify folder, scan folder, analyze, archive, and then console, user cook to interactive shell, database update, doc, domain, extract URL and IP address from file, hash scan target for a hash, local database, health, setup, install or uninstall quick, key init, lang, metadata, get exif data information, packer, check if the file is packed with command packers, resources, report, export analyze report into a file, JSON format for now, runtime, watch, perform emulation against executable file, sig checks for signature for the target file, and so on. So again, all of those things that we did it in malware analysis and different tools, we can do them in one tool. That's all, and hopefully you like it. See you again with another lesson.